show and tell time.
Another teddy bear? My teddy's name is Teddy Ruxpin. He talks, he tells stories, he...
4 batteries not included.
Hi, my name is Teddy Ruxpin. Can you and I be friends?
Yeah.
I really enjoy talking to people. I would like...
Teddy Ruxpin, the storytelling bear, comes with illustrated book and cassette from Worlds of Wonder.
Wednesday.
I'm in love.
Charlie's little girl falls for an older guy with
Style.
Charlie and Company. Then on George Burns Comedy Week,
I want to be known for my plays.
a serious, struggling playwright
Mr. Honeybunny, your car.
sells out.
Who's going to take me seriously?
Well, I take you seriously.
Then, ready for high adventure, terror in outer space?
We'll have coffee.
Then you're ready for Robert Hayes, Julie Haggerty, and Peter Graves in Airplane 2, Wednesday.
Missing Michael Mayfield, now age 7, last seen Houston, Texas, January 10th, 1985. Call 800-843-5678.
Gleaming in the morning light, home of Shira shining bright, Crystal Castle.
You put it together. Shira sold separately. You can pretend.
Magic things shine everywhere, cause it has a secret power. Lifted high on a throne, Shira takes the world alone. The fate of the world safe in Crystal Castle, princess of power.
Crystal Castle comes with everything you see here. Shira dolls sold separately. New from Mattel.
Come on, everyone, it's time. Hello, I'm Orville Redenbacher. This is my favorite time of the year, when we Redenbachers get together to share the best of the season. Of course, we pop up plenty of my light and fluffy gourmet popping corn and my gourmet microwave popping corn. Ready? You'll say they're the season's best, or I'm not.
Redenbacher.
Great grandpa to you. May your holiday be the best there is.
We're Beatrice.
Meet Mr. Jones, our stockbroker. Mr. Jones is in a depression because he's wearing one of those diapers that leak. Well, sir, take stock in Huggies. Huggies diapers are form-fitting, and they're thick and absorbent with soft, gentle elastic at the leg. So Huggies hug to help stop leaking and help keep babies happy. Now our stockbroker's wearing Huggies, and happy days are here again. Right, Mr. Jones?
Introducing Casey, the tape player that talks to you.
He winks, he talks to you.
Hi, my name is Casey.
Casey, it's amazing the things you can do.
Casey tells stories and jokes too. What's the joke, Casey?
What do you get when you mix 2 ducks with 1 cow? Quackers and milk.
Casey, you're amazing.
Casey plays your tapes too. Batteries not included.
Santa Claus will be here real soon.
Casey, you're amazing.
Casey comes with activity book and cassette from Play School. Other cassettes sold separately.
Monday, it's one of the greatest casts ever assembled. Irwin Allen's all-new, all-star musical extravaganza, Alice in Wonderland. Monday. Mary's back, meeting new people.
A hooker, and a fine one you are, I'm sure.
Tackling a new career.
What do I do for privacy?
Go home at night. Then meet Assistant DA Harrigan.
I'm not going to tell you where we were or what we were doing when I had to excuse myself and go to an autopsy.
Mary and Holy Square, premiering December 11th.
This is CBS.
I suppose you think that in England we eat pizza with a knife and fork. Wrong. If you're in Australia, you gotta eat pizza Australian style. I fancy being a bit more American at the moment.
Today's testimony in the McKinney trial.
These lonely pound puppies need someone to love. Someone who'd love a little puppy love.
For you, Grandma.
Pound puppies are as cuddly as real puppies.
He'll keep you company in the dorm.
They're the perfect way to say I love you for birthdays, holidays, or any day. Pound puppies, so soft and adorably lonely. Sometimes the hardest thing about giving them.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Is giving them up.
Pound puppy, you're my one and only puppy love.
how about them apples in new Kellogg's Apple Raisin Crisp? Now we've added big, juicy apples in lots of mouth-watering chunks. Mmm, delicious. New Apple Raisin Crisp cereal. How about them apples?
No matter how long your shopping list, Timex is ready with over 200 fabulous styles, like our Marathon Runner's Quartz. Merry Christmas, one and all, from Timex.
The Legoland Solar Power Transporter. You can build this transport pretending you're on Mars. The box shows ways to change it by snapping off the cars. You can snap them back together and get a scouting craft, or match them with the lasers for a base defender craft. You can make up something wild, supercharged and new. The sky's the limit when the team is Legoland and you. There are 19 space sets you can collect, each sold separately. The Solar Power Transporter is part of the Legoland Space Collection and has hundreds of bricks for building from Lego Systems.
You've heard the songs. You've thrilled to his performances. Now get up and dance with Barry Manilow.
At the Copacabana.
Don't miss Barry Manilow in his electrifying motion picture debut. Music and passion are always in fashion at the Copacabana. Tonight.
That cool, refreshing feeling of Wrigley's spearmint gum puts a sparkle in your eye, a spring in your step, and makes things lots of fun.
It's that little lift from Wrigley's spearmint gum. It's that little lift. Come on and get you some.
That clean, fresh taste Wrigley's spearmint's got. That little lift that means a lot.
It's that little lift from Wrigley's spearmint gum.
I'm home.
Bad news at the dentist. Our teeth aren't getting clean enough.
So Mom got us the Reach toothbrush.
A toothbrush makes a difference?
Clinical studies show Reach cleans 51% better than other leading brushes. Reach is angled to reach every tooth. And only Reach has reaching bristles to get between teeth and along gums. It cleans 51% better. And it's recognized by the American Dental Association.
Hope you got me, Reach.
Reach from Johnson & Johnson. Get 51% cleaner teeth.
Hey, I hope you're eating potato chips because I got to show you something. These Delta Gold brand potato chips are so fine you can even see how good they taste. Check this out. Get out one of the chips you're eating and bring it up here. Now, I'll take out one of my chips, and you put your chip next to mine. You see how golden and light-colored these Delta Gold chips are? Well, that's exactly how they taste. Delta Gold chips absolutely sparkle with flavor, and the final proof is you take one out, you pop it into your mouth, and ba-bing! You are golden.
New Delta Gold brand. You can see how good they taste.
Saturday on CBS.
I'll get you, my pretty.
A wonderful Wizard of Oz. Tonight he is the Wizard of Oz. If ever a Wizard was, if ever a Wizard was, the Wizard of Oz is one because.
There'll be no place like home with the Wizard of Oz. Then, at a special time,
Somebody's trying to punch my ticket.
Hawk runs for his life from a hit team. But who's trying to kill him? Lover, friend, or foe? Saturday.
New studies show that pot damages your lungs a lot more than you think, especially if you're still growing.
You can't fly if you're high.
The American Lung Association.
I was cramming for a huge history final on 500 pages of text. It was way after dinner, and I was getting hungry.
Snickers satisfies you.
You eat a Snickers and you say, okay, now I can face the 17th century again. Snickers really takes care of the hungry.
Packed with peanuts, peanut butter nougat, caramel, and milk chocolate. Mmm.
Satisfies you.
Packed with peanuts, Snickers really satisfies.
If I want something to tide me over, I go for Snickers every time.
This is the one we've been waiting for. Sears Electronic Showplace Sale. Let's go down for a report on the action.
Thank you, Bob. You can feel the excitement in this crowd, and why not? Here's a remote control stereo TV. It's cable compatible, and you'll save $150. And a wireless remote VCR that's cable compatible and programmable for $170 off.
Back to you, Bob.
Sears Electronic Showplace Sale. This will be a dandy.
There's more for your life.
They love it.
At Sears.
Sounds like a taste I can't get off my mind. Sounds good, it sounds crisp, it sounds like a taste I can't resist. Long John Silver.
On the next Benson.
What are you talking about? You have been selected Bachelor of the Month. Bachelor of the Month? I never get anything like that. Well, except one time in college, I was elected Spinach King.
And Benson becomes a real ladies' man.
That's just the appetizer. If you want the main course, call this number. And don't let your sister see it.
Benson, tonight at 10:30, right after Channel 6 Eyewitness News.
An unusual thing happened recently. Some Cabbage Patch Kids were born with beautiful corn silk hair. Look, everyone said, you can wash and curl their hair and braid it and style it lots of ways. And they have their own brush they can hold. Seems as if they could have a different hairdo almost every day. And they always love to be loved, a lot.
Cabbage Patch Corn Silk Kids with everything you see here, each sold separately. Some accessories not included from Coleco.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls. I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops. Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality. Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen. This is Jonathan Lee Richards. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't, no, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of she was more of the prissy girl, like
that is the best shit fucking
shopping for dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with people.
Shout out to Cherry for just being easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had, man. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot.
Yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. Woo! Good morning, people. Happy Thursday. Oh my goodness. Hope everybody's having a wonderful week so far. Been an interesting week in the Karen retrial. That hasn't even really started yet. Jury selection just ended yesterday. As I understand it, they're going to get sworn in on Monday. Our opening statements are scheduled to begin on Monday. And today will be a motions hearing because there's a lot of motions that have been filed. There have been a lot of motions that have been filed. Sorry, got a lot of distractions. I got texts coming in and I got coffee beeping and sorry. So I guess they're going to try to knock those out. I don't know how long that's going to take today. It might be just a few minutes. It might be all day. I don't know. But I expect that we are going to be moving right along by Monday. I would imagine so. I know Tom is out there. I was in his chat just a minute ago. Guys, make sure to sorry for all that noise. And that's also another thing, just clubbers going nuts, you know how he do. He's all psyched right now. Make sure to sub up to Tom CPU and give the video that I just dropped in the link a like. Please do that. Kim Frayne, welcome to Logic. I appreciate you. What's up, Benjamin John? It's good to see you, buddy. Good morning, Cherry. Yeah. So this motions hearing scheduled to begin at 10. And how about that song? Cherry, drop the link for that artist who provided us with that song. Please, when you get a chance. And what's cool about that little jam is it kind of tells you everything you need to know about this case. Like, considering, I think that's probably what's most impressive about that song is when you really, really think about it, when you really boil it down, like, there's so much information in that case. There's so much shit, but basically the bullet points are covered. The bullet points are covered in this very short song, which is pretty amazing. Like, that's some songwriting talent right there. So yeah, I'm impressed. I am absolutely impressed. So I don't know why my StreamYard keeps doing that. That's very, very weird. But no matter, we are about to begin. Let's check in with Tom real quick.
I have no problem, right? No.
Well, I got my referral.
I have no problem working with them, okay? None. I'll work with them.
Yeah, that's your nutty right there.
Yep. Morning, guys.
Just the
Morning.
time.
How are you today?
I love it. I love it. They even acknowledged Tom by name. They were like, "Good morning, Tom." You gotta love that. Like, it's really cool to know that Karen Reed's team appreciates Tom and everything he's been doing out there. That's crazy. Like,
Go get him, guys. Go get him. Good morning. Beautiful Karen. Integrity right there. Integrity right there.
Gerda K, gifted a membership. 44. Thank you so much, Gerda K. Yeah, that's not fair. Yeah. Why do I get the feeling we're not going to see John Atalia today? Because I'm seeing a lot of MSP presence, seeing a lot of statey presence, guys. So I got this real funny feeling we're not going to be hearing from John Atalia by the courthouse today.
All right, how did I do, guys? I was just looking to make sure I wasn't going to fall. So I was holding the camera and walking and not trying to fall, so I couldn't see both.
That was a lot better.
Better? Pretty good, huh? Pretty good. We did good. No yelling, no screaming. Everyone walked in the right way. I love hearing the support come around the corner. I was just like, wow, you guys are awesome. Awesome.
That's
Yeah.
what we do.
Yep.
That's how we roll.
And there was no issues.
No, actually, I'm better. Of
No.
course not. You know, we have the right to send them in with, you know, like our support. We have every right to say, there go people with integrity who are upholding the justice system correctly. And no matter what you do to them, they cannot be pushed down. And that's it. You can't silence us. That's it. That's right.
It sets the tone for the day.
Cannot silence us.
Right.
All right, I'm going to go. Front Street.
Front Street today. We got Front Street, guys, all right?
I don't know who that
4
lady
o'clock,
was.
It's a 2-hour standout.
But that lady was awesome.
You have to go to the Front Street standout. We're going to try and get a big picture, a big, huge picture of everyone together. Like, really. Front Street. Kerry, you're going to go, too. Bring the kids. It's really a really nice little spot. Oh, yeah. Jess, we have to go this way with the flag. No signs. No. It's yeah.
Wait. What? The flag? The American flag? Did I just see a Massachusetts state trooper send somebody away from the buffer zone with an American flag at a courthouse? Oh,
so that's
that
what we're up against, right?
Oh,
that's what we're up against right there.
Oh my God, dude.
We're trying to do the right thing. Poor Jess has a flag, just a flag. No, it's not. It's a flag. However, you let one thing in, you got to let everything in. That's unfortunately the rules. It is un-American. You're right. However, in the guise of safety, they have rules that we have to follow, and
bullshit.
And that's just kind of what we got to do.
Bullshit.
You know, think of Think of the fight that we're fighting with a stupid buffer zone, right?
Now, I love Tom, and I love that he is being understanding. It's really important that everyone out there has that kind of attitude. I absolutely agree with Tom in the sense that he's just being very rational. I don't think I could be, though. That's why they're out there and I'm not. If you want a real reason, like the true reason, that's the real reason. I don't know if I could control my temper if I saw something like that. That would infuriate. I'm infuriated right now. I'm fucking shaking. I'm infuriated right now that they just sent somebody away with the American flag. I would have been yelling, going, all right, tomorrow or Monday, everybody bring an American flag. Everybody fucking bring an American flag. Like, oh my God. That made me mad. Maybe I'm overreacting. I don't know. I don't think I'm overreacting, though. I don't think I'm overreacting, though. I'm pissed off about that. Seeing a cop send somebody away because they're carrying an American flag.
You like this, or you want
This is perfect. I'm more than fine with this.
Yeah, just like that.
Yes.
Okay.
It's even got rubber thing on the bottom.
Yes.
That's nice.
And a metal straw.
And a metal straw.
We need 100 of these.
Yeah.
She goes, I'll do one for you. She goes, just
Yeah.
let me know how much, how many people. I'm like,
That's
okay.
really nice.
She'll do whatever design you want.
Yep.
I made this design. I said, this is
You
what
did
I want.
that, the design?
I wanted this. I said, I want this,
Yeah.
this, and this. And she painted my nails for me.
Put it next to the sign.
Nice.
Yeah, I
Wow.
told her what color I wanted and what I wanted on it, and she designed it.
That's really nice.
I thought so.
What if she has
Oh.
smile on her face and love in her heart, but she has a different opinion?
She can have a different opinion. She just be nice about it. Be nice about it. That's all. We're nice people. Good morning. How are you?
So nice only.
Nice only. And you know what? I know. I think we have a right to surround ourselves with people that do the same, you know, characteristics that we do. And we have a right.
So you wouldn't consider something nice about it?
I absolutely have. And I have love in my heart. And I
You wanted the girl that won the
I want
the basket,
and I want to
the
help.
basket.
Oh yeah, yeah. And that's what we're all trying to do.
Yeah, I delivered it
all
to her. But she
standing,
sent me.
taking time out of our
Yeah.
busy schedule and doing what we need to do.
Yeah.
To write on this.
Angela, thank you.
When the evidence comes out, the people will be able to decide. We have been the jury for the last year.
No.
We have looked at-
You're part of it.
Listen to
Go
Rita.
back in there.
So unlike a regular trial.
Rita spitting facts.
Yeah.
I got court pulled up. It hasn't started yet, but I promise I'm keeping an eye on it.
And so that is why we are doing it. What? No, that's why she's reading the court file and we are intelligent people. And if we were on the jury, we know. No, I don't. That's a good question. That's a good question. I frankly, they don't come with them. I think it's suicide mission for the prosecution. And for the witnesses, I mean, I would not want to be one on witnesses. They should keep under oath again. Yeah, and you're like, oh, we'll be right back. They said they were under oath. Right, I'm gonna go. They're gonna go in the first time I ever probably got live flag. I would not want to be that person.
All right.
Because, you know, when you tell the truth.
I see people say,
Don't tell me.
Okay. Let's first of all, if you want to discuss politics in here, you are absolutely welcome to. Again, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I saw somebody say, please no politics. I'm trying not to attack you. Thank you, Lusa. I love it. I just got it. UN handle of the day. Thanks for all you do. Will, thanks for all you do. Love watching you. Thank you, Buzzy for Truth. You're amazing. Being a patriot is not definitely, it's not defined by signing shit. That needs to be brought up to VFWs, legions, and veteran support centers. Enough is enough. Agreed. Thank you so much, Kyle. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, somebody was like, no politics, no politics. I didn't see anybody talking politics, first of all. I'm going to be real nice here because I'm grateful that you're here. But I got to tell you that, you're more than welcome to discuss whatever you want in here. If it makes you uncomfortable, it's real easy. If something as important as politics is something that makes you uncomfortable to discuss, and somehow that turns you off to my chat, sorry, but
get the fuck out.
Because we're all adults, we can discuss just about anything here. Also being angry about a state trooper sending someone away from a courthouse because they're carrying an American flag, an American courthouse. That's not politics. That's patriotism. And there's a big difference. There's a big difference. And if you get mean with politics, then not cool. You know, that's why I got Cherry in there. She'll just whip your ass. She'll just drag you all over the chat. That's why I've got Cherry. But we should be able to discuss anything we want in here and do so in with civility. I mean, it's not that hard. This isn't about being a Democrat or a Republican, because the last I checked, every American party, believes in the Constitution, believes in our freedom and our liberty. Not every politician does for either side, but so I mean, whatever your political beliefs are, if you are an American or if you are a patriot, and hell, if you're a patriot of the country you live in, you're in good company and you're welcome here. I don't care what country you're in, you know? So if your country's free enough to let you watch me, great. You know, you're in good company, and that's how this should be here. Still waiting on court to start, but I have it pulled up. So we will be watching from inside the courtroom today. Sorry, I'm not. I started off this live stream. I started off this live stream in the best mood, and I was like on fire. Yeah, and my friend Annie just texted me, by the way, guys. Yes, and this is part of the reason I was in such a good mood just before that happened. Annie had texted me and told me that she had just dropped on her podcast. Her podcast is called Seriously. I believe it's available through Apple and through Spotify. And she just dropped a follow-up on the Sandra Birchmore case. And I couldn't be happier because the last time her and I spoke, we had a conversation about the comparisons between the connections between the Sandra Birchmore case and the John O'Keefe Karen Reed case. And she wasn't aware of that just yet. She was like, whoa, wait a minute. And I guess she did some digging and she put out a new podcast follow up on Sandra Birchmore. And I think that's fucking amazing. And that's why Annie is dope as hell. So give it up for you. Annie's YouTube channel is also called 10 to Life. So her YouTube channel is called 10 to Life, and her podcast is called Seriously. And they're both great because Annie's great. She's a machine when it comes to information. Like, there's a reason why she has the status that she does in the true crime community, because she's just a machine. So, and she's awesome, you know. But again, I'm going to keep checking in. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you know how court is. Maybe Lolly hasn't shown up yet or something. But we'll keep watching Tom in the meantime.
Yeah, please step back, okay?
No. All right, listen, I'll talk to you later. Thank you. All right, well, there you go. There's that.
Yeah, Annie is awesome. I know what I'll be listening to at the gym later.
You know, guys, it's kind of, the thing is right, like, yes. Yep, you can post it. No. Don't. I didn't see. I don't look good in that picture. So, Yeah.
Absolutely, Seven. Absolutely.
Access list for who can and cannot get into that courthouse. Yeah. You like the pink on the black? I was questioning that this morning.
Yeah, you gotta love Tom, man. Look at him, dude. And what I love about this dude is he is just like the most, like he's one of the most genuinely grateful people that I've ever seen. Every time I hear him talk, he is expressing gratitude towards something or someone, whether it be someone in his chat or whether it be a pretty dog. You know, he's just a sweet guy, man. And there's nobody better to be out there doing what he's doing. So I'm really grateful that Tom is out there doing what he's doing, man. Seriously. So make sure, guys, to give his video a like.
That's a flag too, right? So isn't that? And so isn't the flag on that building within the buffer zone. On that right there is the American flag. We can't have one, but you know, not sure why. What's that? This is the back of the courthouse. This is where the judge will park to go into work. She parks here. She gets her own little entrance.
Oh, so when she gets old, I can just wheel her right in.
Right in. But these are beautiful.
I know.
I wish you guys could like see these see them in real life.
See what I mean?
Because it's
you see what I'm talking about?
Awesome. The depth. I don't think the picture gives the depth.
You see that dangerous lady for a piece of paper?
You guys see what I'm talking about here?
I know. Step away from the step.
That is
He did not want to answer that
characteristic
question.
of just a kind person.
But yeah, I mean,
a good.
I wish you guys could see these. And you can see them, but Joanne, thank you very much, Joanne. Oh my goodness.
I feel like I'm 5
Thank you,
watching Bob
Joanne.
Ross.
Wow.
Like...
Thank you, Joanne. Wow, that's awesome. Huh?
I'm gonna go. Oh, there's your card.
That's just where he parked. He can't really like.
Is that a church?
Yes, isn't that awesome?
I want to climb up that one.
See, I mean, like, look.
Oh, so this is where they park.
Elise.
I mean, I don't know. I'd hate to be. I have to give people the benefit of the doubt, and you got to learn from Tom. You know what I mean? When it comes to like I'm trying to search my heart right now, you know, and I'm trying to empathize with that Massachusetts state trooper, and I'm thinking that it fucking probably made him sick to have to, you know, tell somebody holding an American flag. Wasn't even a free care and read shirt. No, nothing like that. Just an American flag. And you know what I mean? And send her away like that. So we got to remember who's responsible for this initially. I mean, who's accountable, you know? Because just because Michael Proctor is a Massachusetts state trooper doesn't mean that the Massachusetts state troopers are all corrupt and they're shitty and they're trying to trample on all your rights. That doesn't mean that. I have no evidence to indicate that the entire entity that is the Massachusetts state troopers are corrupt. I have no evidence of that. But, you know, we do know that Michael Morrissey's office, who's under federal investigation right now, filed a motion impeding on everyone's First Amendment rights, which is being fought in court, has made it to the Supreme Court, thanks to Mr. Mark Randazza. So that's made it all the way to the Supreme Court now. And that's fantastic. Turtle Boy did 2 months in jail, did 60 days in jail. And we know that his rights were trampled on. So Turtle Boy did 60 days in jail, and he was absolutely what he said, a political prisoner during those 60 days. This is a gross miscarriage of justice as a whole, everything that's happening here. All of the residual effects that are happening. Look at what just happened from this motion. When we say that that's a slippery slope, why we have this problem with Michael Morrissey's motion, why we say that's a slippery slope is exactly this right here. Because now that Massachusetts state trooper is in a position to where he has to send somebody away with an American flag. And then he's afraid if he doesn't, then, well, it's going to set a precedent that everybody is going, everybody can just bring an American flag and that'll be their ticket to violate the court order. And honestly, in my opinion, it sure is. It should sure. The fucking American flag should absolutely be the ticket, the pass, the one that goes, hey, you're a court order? No, I got an American flag. Fuck you. That should absolutely be the case. In a perfect fucking America, that should absolutely be the case. And that's not even a perfect America. That's a step towards a perfect America. That's all that is. And so Michael Morrissey files this very irresponsible, very un-American motion, and Judge Bev approves it. So what are we supposed to think about Judge Bev? You know what I mean? What are we supposed to think about this lady when she does shit like this? And we just saw what just happened. Because where does it end? Where you can't hold an American flag on the steps of an American courthouse.
That they're putting in front of us, you know? A pretty house, huh? Not too big, but it goes back. But I like the garage. Nice little house there. It's pretty cute. So yeah, so they're putting these hurdles in front of us, and we're trying to just work within the rules. So we're really trying. Yeah.
1778.
1778. That one?
Wow.
Oh, it's another old house. Check this one out.
Dude, I would be, if I was walking around with Tom right now, I would just be like blown away. Seriously. I would be in this state of mind of awe.
All right, guys. Thank you for coming by.
Seeing these houses
be
that
here.
have been around since the birth of our country. In the birthplace of our country, no less.
That's a nice little kind of house, huh? See the cross up top? That's going to be a church, right?
I've been to Boston. And I remember really, it probably has a lot to do with why I'm so patriotic.
That's
was
church.
My trip to Boston. Because I got to
Stone,
see
look at the
Sox
stone
play at
spear.
Fenway.
All the way up there. You put the stones up there, I'm good.
Look at the shamrocks.
And it was a day just like that, too. It was really.
Those are shamrocks.
And we walked around and we checked out a lot of the history.
Shamrocks, huh?
But I was like 12, you know what I mean?
Looks like it, right?
Yeah, they kind of do.
I don't remember if we did the Freedom Trail. It was so long ago.
Scotty's here. Scott, we missed you, buddy.
I'm so
We heard you
now.
were sick today.
But yeah, like
And
being
then
the
this
person
lady's
that
house.
I am
Check out
today
this lady's house.
and
Up
walking
here.
around
See the pink?
that area with Tom right now, I
She's
would
got this
be
beautiful tulip bed in
just.
front of her house, and she spent the whole day cleaning the bed the other day.
That would have been the best day I've had in a long time, for sure.
Yep. I mean, that, see the chimneys?
1810.
1810 for that one? They must have like a historical register, right?
This is just,
Of all the houses. And I know there's some, where's it? I think on the Vineyard, you can't modify or change the house.
1918. Oh, 1818.
My friend does lead paint removal, and he was dipping pieces of lumber.
Yeah, my foster dad at the time, I mentioned before that he was like he's kind of like Kevin Costner in Field of Dreams, more or less. And my foster parents were Mennonites too, and just really, really cool people. It's actually a great story behind how I ended up with them, but they my foster dad, he sorry, I got to keep checking in on court. He one summer, I mean, we went in his little Volkswagen VW bus, and me, my foster mom, my little foster sister, and him, and we went all around the northeastern side of the United States and watched baseball games. So we did. We went all the way up to Toronto. And we went to the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown on that trip. It was great. It was great. And part of that trip was walking around there. I'm 90% sure I was like on the same street at one point, which is really cool. Because I'm having a really like I'm having a nostalgia meltdown right now. So pretty cool. So I'm really grateful to Tom for showing us that.
I like the what do they call them? The gingerbread houses. They're all ornate. And there's one back there too. I didn't know that. Look at this house. This house has got to be old.
1860.
That's 1860. This has got to be older. Tax preparation. This building. Look how nothing? No, but you know that though.
I'm still looking at it's just a clock. You know? I'll show you guys right now. I mean, they're just showing a clock. And it's so I don't know what the holdup is. Wow, Benjamin John, that's dope, man. That's super cool. Yeah, like what is Bev doing right now, bro? Oh, it might be a minute or two behind, but there's also a delay, most likely. There's usually a delay on these live feeds. So
So, but yet all the other reporters were over there questioning her, and they targeted him. So he's gonna he's gonna go into the court and figure out what's happening or whatever with that part of it, and how that's gonna work, and let us know, because are they gonna hold everybody to you can't question her? Because he does have a legit press pass.
He does. I mean, that's why you have it, right?
Dude,
I did.
I'm telling you that a day like today makes me so happy that Mark Randazza is the lawyer handling this shit. Like, I'm not even exaggerating a little bit. I talked to that guy the other night and I got fired the fuck up. Not even trying to lie. This dude is awesome. And after seeing that, I'm glad he's the guy. Seriously. Because I bet you that shit fucking infuriated him.
Ugh.
I was here.
Mhm.
Haven't seen him at all.
You know, it's pretty bad when I got to take a picture of him and my
What?
fiance down off the wall because I'm jealous. Of
Oh my goodness. Hey.
different men, you know.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm doing well. Thank you for being here, my friend. It's a pleasure. No doubt, huh?
Well, these are the best people.
How do we
ever.
even get to this point here? How?
All you motherfuckers from Boston are the fucking greatest people ever.
District attorney and the judge continue to prosecute with such obvious evidence to the contrary. And they get these witnesses on the stand and they perjure themselves, or they find somebody to break down and tell the truth. They're going to be awfully embarrassed.
Yep.
Then they'll all go to jail, which is where they belong. John O'Keefe didn't deserve to die like that.
Nope.
My father was an officer. Brothers are both retired state police officers. I'm a retired ocean inspector. That man deserved the honors that he should have got. God forbid. I'm just going to leave it at that. I hope the people that did this to him
putting the glare on.
spent a long time behind bars.
Glare is showing him.
A long time.
Yep.
Always see women involved with
Boston police on.
Why the Boston
Why
police
the
aren't
Bo-
here?
I can tell you why the Boston police aren't here, because they don't believe she's guilty. But I guarantee she's acquitted or this case is dismissed and they bring charges against the people that live in that house. There'll be plenty of uniformed police officers in that courtroom. They're gonna nail his ass.
I fucking love this guy.
What kind of Boston police officer doesn't come out of his house to see another Boston police officer in his front yard?
Right.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Absolutely, yes.
But better yet,
I know my father would have come out of his house. Anything on our street went down. When there were ambulances and police cars out there, he had to come out and find out what was going on. Especially if you invited this man to your house and he's a fellow police officer. What a piece of shit that guy did in that house. I'm not even going to mention his name.
don't have to.
He was hiding in the house.
He was a piece
He
of
was
shit.
fucking
Listen,
hiding
anyone
in the
that's
house
trained-
like a fucking coward.
Any
The nurse-
cop that's
the nurse
trained,
in that house, the nurse in that house,
couple of them.
she should be in the jail for the rest of her life and never be able to practice nursing ever again. My son's an RN.
Is mandated to save life.
You don't want this man as the sentencing judge.
No, you don't want.
We're all going to be doing life.
13 years in the
Not
military.
beginning.
I was an instructor pilot. I
Oof.
went to college when I was 4. Became an OSHA inspector.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of investigations for accidents and fatalities.
So you know.
I know what was obviously overlooked. The basics of investigative work.
Simple.
Simple,
I
basic,
keep playing hooky.
basic.
I haven't
Didn't even go in the house. to
I
ask questions.
fucking love this
I had to
guy.
do a couple things this morning.
No, virtually no blood at the scene with a major laceration to the back of his head.
No vomit, no blood, no nothing.
Tail light, the size that 2 or 3 inches around. They couldn't find that at the accident scene when they found him, but they find it 12 hours later with 12 inches of snow sitting on top of the snow. Come on.
Bullshit.
Nothing upsets me.
No.
In the tail
Dirty
light
cops.
is gonna break into all those little pieces.
Dirty cops.
It would be cracked, that's it.
This guy is the fucking tits.
Dirty cups. All right. It doesn't. It really doesn't.
Two or three bad apples.
Everyone falls in line because they're used to it. That's how it works.
It's a shame because 99% of the police officers are upstanding officers.
Yes.
Some of that few bring a bad image to the uniform.
Somebody says there's so many things to question.
Just the list goes on and on.
The facts are facts. They don't change. You
I
don't.
don't understand why the prosecution won't open their eyes to the obvious. Won't see it any other way.
I think there's too many dominoes to fall.
They've come up with so many scenarios in the last 2 years of how it happened.
Scrivener's error.
And none of them are accurate. Not one of them. Not one of them add up to the injuries or to the evidence. And they just turn a blind eye to it. As well as I'm bet. Jesus.
You know what I was looking for?
And then the Supreme Court upholds the 200-foot boundary. Come on.
Is there one that I belong to around there?
What?
Convenience store?
Yeah, you want to go to the convenience store that way. Yeah. It's a walk. All right. Listen, before I go, what can I get your name? Well, you don't have to. You can give someone else's name if you don't like them.
That's Nathan.
It's John Doe.
My name is Phil Glenn.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
I'm
Glenn.
Rita Lombardi's fiance.
Ah, there we go. All right, finally, that all makes sense. Let me see. To the luckiest man in the world, man. You got a good one. You got a good one. Congratulations on that.
4 days later.
This.
Yep,
dude.
that was it. You knew. Yep. How could you? I can't see that. Nice. Well, this all makes sense now. I get that. That's another perfect example of how you guys, water seeks its own level. You have high quality people that meet high quality people. That's how it works, right? It's yep.
You can tell right away that
You just know.
honest and sincere.
Yep, no doubt. All right. Anybody want a drink at the store?
Dude, that shit
Drink
added
water?
up. Bro, that shit added up. Like that should fit like a puzzle, like boom. Just like as soon as he said, I'm Rita Lombardi's fiance, I was like, oh, okay. Dude. So Rita Lombardi just ran. She didn't win, but I think after this, if she runs again, she will win. But Rita Lombardi ran for select board in order to get fucking Chris Albert out. The corruption pretty much starts at the select board. Seems like logic would dictate. So yeah, it makes sense, dude. It makes sense that this dude is gonna I mean, yeah. Oh my God. I'm trying to be respectful because I have a way of being really vulgar when I like talk about these things really funny. And it's really not. It just comes off kind of vulgar, but it's not. It's just funny. I just use a lot of cuss words but it makes perfect sense that that's the dude that is worthy of a lady like Rita. It makes perfect fucking sense. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, they do. I think they do. You know, I watch
Yep.
them. Yeah, if you put them, you know what I do?
We're allowed to walk on the sidewalk. Yes, we pay for the sidewalk. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
exactly.
No, we're good, yeah.
Bro.
Nope. Nicole, there was nobody here today. Just Bow, I think. Bow.
You hear this dude talking, right? His fiance, for those of you who are new to the channel and just starting to really follow this, you can't properly tell this story of John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. You cannot properly tell this story without telling it, without Turtle Boy and without those people. You can't properly do it. Can't be done. So part of this story, a big part of this entire story, is how sick and tired these people in Canton are of the corruption. And so Rita, she'll show up to these select board meetings, which is pretty much like a town meeting, basically is a town meeting. And the people have time to where they get to talk, and Rita gets up there and just spits fire the whole time. It's amazing. And then we hear this guy, and everybody's like, who the fuck is this guy? This guy's amazing. And then sure enough, it makes sense. Imagine these two living in the same house. That's gotta be the greatest vibe that you'll ever walk into, bro. That's gotta be. It's gotta be the greatest vibe you ever walk into. You know what I mean? Like those two people owning the same house makes me, like, if I'm going over there, I'm bringing my own coaster just in case. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, these people are amazing, dude. You just don't, they demand respect. They demand like the highest of respect. It's fantastic to know that, yeah, power couple to the core. Absolutely. All right. I'm hearing like slight sound. The camera's starting to move a little bit on this clock. Yeah, the math is definitely mathing between Rita and Phil. Yeah, so I mean, this is this is all we got so far. Ted Daniel is off today. His compatriot. There we go. Just in time. Bro, I'm like psychic, y'all. Crazy. Crazy.
Commonwealth versus Reed, 2282 CR 117. Can I have the Commonwealth identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin. Good morning, Ms. Gilman.
Boo, you suck.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Tianetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right. So, Paul, can I see it? Thanks. All right. What I want to start with are motions that were either allowed by agreement. I just want to make sure our record's completely accurate. And if it's not, it's my error. So motions that I have that were allowed by agreement. I may need to take 1 minute. Jim, I'll be right back.
All rise. Court's in recess.
I forgot something.
Which one?
All rise, please.
All right, thank you. So,
I guess you had to take a shot of
allowed by
vodka.
agreement or previously allowed by me. The motion eliminated to admit the 911 call, was there an objection to that? It is paper number 298.
There was no objection.
Yeah, I have that as allowed by agreement, so, okay. The motion for the court reporter 291 and impoundment of what is supposed to be impounded, that was allowed by agreement as well, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Commonwealth filed a motion regarding Zoom as opposed to webinar, and that was allowed by agreement as well. 292.
No objection.
And motion to allow in-court identification, paper 294, that was allowed by agreement as well.
No objection.
Okay. Motion eliminated to admit the victim's photograph. I have not seen which photograph you're using, but you're in agreement that about the photograph. Is that right?
Yes, yes, that won't be an issue.
I have it as allowed by agreement. Are you using one or more, or have you not decided yet?
Just one, Your Honor, and I provided counsel with a copy of that as well as some other things today.
Yeah.
Okay.
By agreement.
All right. Thank you. 295, Jim.
Thank you.
Commonwealth's motion eliminate to admit photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries during the autopsy. We had a lot of discussion with jurors about this. This motion is allowed by agreement, correct? I'm sorry, that was 296. So Commonwealth's motion eliminate to admit the defense, paper number 307. I believe this was allowed. Commonwealth's motion eliminate to admit defendants out of court statements for purposes of medical treatment and certified medical records from the Good Samaritan Hospital. The notation that I had written on this was that the defendant has no objection to the admission of statements made for the purpose of medical treatment and medical records. The court takes under advisement testimony regarding the blood alcohol testing because that's a separate issue, and we'll address that today. Is that your understanding of where we stand with this motion?
Yes, that's our understanding.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Jim, that was, oh, I already said that, right? 307.
Yes, thank you.
The use of leading questions on John O'Keefe's young niece and nephew, we'll see where we stand. I think I said to Mr. Lally, jurors would rather hear from the witness than the lawyer. So let's see how it goes. And if you think that you need to switch to leading questions, please just come to sidebar. I'll give you the leeway you need, of course, based on the child's testimony or child's manner of testifying. All right, so you were both in an agreement.
John's niece is going to testify, it looks
what
like.
I have is 316 and the defendant's motion number, paper 288. Regarding any reference to Aiden Kearney, aka Turtle Boy, or his pending criminal charges for witness intimidation. So both parties have agreed to not introduce this in evidence in their case in chief. If anyone opens the door, the motion will be revisited. And I think I said that I sort of disagreed with you both. I do think if witnesses testify to this spontaneously, then it comes in and it can be pursued further, but just come to sidebar. All right, 312, Commonwealth's motion to preclude reference to any bad character or any prior misconduct of the victim or any witness. That was allowed by agreement, Mr. Yannetti?
Do you know which motion we're talking about? Oh, yes. Oh, no, that's agreed.
That was 312, Jim.
Thank you.
313, motion eliminated to exclude character, reputation, evidence of the defendant. You're not putting in reputation evidence, right? We talked about this, Mr. Yannetti?
This is a motion to exclude good character evidence. Is that?
It's paper number.
By the Commonwealth.
It was filed by the defendant, and I questioned whether you intended to put in character evidence, and you told me no.
That is accurate.
Okay, so that's allowed too, Jim.
Which one was that?
313, let me just check.
That's a
This is
It
weird.
is Commonwealth's motion. It's 313, other Commonwealth date stamped, I guess, or date stamped 23.
Thank you.
There was no objection to the Commonwealth's motion eliminated to introduce certified records from the registry, correct, Mr.
Correct.
Yannetti?
Correct.
All right, and then motions that perhaps were not agreed upon, but I previously ruled on. So, or I think I ruled on them. If not, these are my rulings. 297, Commonwealth's number 7. Commonwealth's motion eliminated to preclude reference and redact the manner of death contained on the victim's death certificate. And I think I said in open court, this motion is denied as to cross-examination of the medical expert, but that undetermined language will not appear. That'll be redacted from the death certificate. You'll have the live witness here to cross-examine us to that. So, Jim, that's 297.
Yes, Your
Commonwealth's motion eliminated to prohibit reference to any federal investigations, paper 317, Commonwealth bold stamp 27, to prohibit reference to any federal investigations conducted by the U.S. Attorney's Office and or Federal Bureau of Investigations. That motion was allowed after hearing. 305 is the motion regarding chalks. We'll address that when we address the defendant's motion regarding their audiovisual person.
It's a rigged game, man. It's a rigged game.
The third party culprit, the ruling's clear on that, not in opening. That's 320-30. I think that was clear when we talked about it. All right, so those are the ones that were fairly quick to just go through. I've got another set that are sort of in the fairly quick range. And then we'll move on to the Commonwealth's discovery type motions. So first, paper 284, defendant's motion for sanctions and exclusion of evidence based on the Commonwealth's failure to timely comply with discovery orders. Mr. Jackson, you told us at sidebar the other day that you are withdrawing that motion, correct?
Correct, Your
Honor. What?
All right, so Mr. Clerk, that's motion 285, paper 285.
What the fuck is going
withdrawn by counsel.
I'm sorry, 284.
Okay, I have it as 285. But
285 is the affidavit.
okay, yep. So 283.
Thank you.
Withdrawn by counsel.
They withdraw it.
Motion eliminate for review. So as defense counsel plainly states that a defendant is not entitled to be present at a view. And what I've determined here is that based on concerns for security issues and frankly distracting the jurors, the defendant will not be present with us on the view. And as you've stated here, that is well within my discretion. All right, Commonwealth's motion eliminate to admit defendants out-of-court statements as statements of a party opponent. So I think that this was one of the ones that you all agreed to. Paper 308, 18 on the top. And it's followed by paper 19 regarding the various statements made to the media, to Boston Magazine, to ABC News correspondents. So I think the defendant had said previously that you were in agreement that all these statements come in. Is that right, Mr. Yannetti?
Sorry, Your Honor. Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I had a logistical question about, I don't know how long the ABC News interview is. How long is that?
Your Honor, what I can say is as to each of those, the Commonwealth's intention would be to play, to omit the entirety of the interviews, but to only play selected portions of those interviews.
All right, because what I did, I re-listened to the nearly 4 hours, 3 hours and 40 minutes of the Boston Magazine audio, and there's no objection to it from counsel. What I listened to, it made sense, and I didn't know how you would play a 3 hour and 40 minute audio. If you think you need to, we just need time to be able to put it into the schedule.
Sure,
Okay?
but no, I don't feel the need to play the entirety of it.
Okay. I was involved in a trial once where we watched a whole movie. So just give me a heads up if you think it's a lengthy segment, but how long is the ABC interview, just in case council wants to go back and fill in?
I think the portions that we have are not terribly lengthy. And as far as the statements are concerned, it's even less so of that.
All right, so does defense counsel intend to also play I'm trying to find out if we're going to need a whole 3 hour and 40 minutes. I need to know that. I still
much
haven't got
vodka
an
do
answer
I
as
need to
how long
bring?
the Dateline or ABC, whatever it was, video and audio is. How long is the entire thing? Do you know?
You're asking me?
Either of you. I don't have that, so I didn't review it.
May I have just a moment with
Yes.
counsel?
I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, so John's niece is scheduled to testify.
You're right. My memory and my belief is I think, and I can't recall specifically which one is one or the other, but I think one is about 10 minutes long, the other is about 5 minutes long, and again, I would only be playing, if any, portions of the defendant's statements, not the entirety of the broadcast.
Okay.
And if there are portions that weren't played, I would expect.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out. So I'm concerned on the 3 hour and 40 minute one, which seems to be all of it's admissible. Or there's no objection to it. And if, I just need to know if we're going to play something for 3 hours and 40 minutes. The other one, if it's 15 minutes, I don't need as much heads up.
My guess would be anything that we would want to present that wasn't presented would be in the 15, 20-minute
Okay,
category.
that's
not
fine.
3 hours.
It's just for scheduling purposes. All right, so Jim,
Yes.
paper 309 and 308, they're the same pretty much. Those are allowed by agreement.
Okay.
Laura P.
All right, and
It
it's sort
is
of in the
because
same vein. So
it's the
again, it's another
originals.
statement of the defendant. It's the statement
It's the unpublished stuff.
of the defendant at the Milton State Police Barracks that I had not seen before because it was post grand jury, and we watched it. I had the opportunity to watch what we all watched here in court last Friday, and over the weekend I watched the entire hour and a half or so of it. So you're in agreement that the statement comes in, and the Commonwealth says that the Commonwealth needs some leeway to show that she was in custody after arrest for a period of time, and Commonwealth wants to play the video. I don't think we need the video. Much of it is just looking at their computer.
Right.
So the video part will be out. You don't want it in, correct?
That's correct. We had
Yes.
asked for the audio only.
Yeah. Okay. So the audio only, but it needs some context. It's not just that she's sitting down having a cup of coffee with the police and makes these statements. So they're clearly voluntary, clearly unsolicited.
To a police officer.
How do you
right.
want to work that out? Can it be that this occurred at the Milton State Police Barracks on a particular date? Because if you can't work it out, then I'll decide it.
That makes
303?
Yeah, I mean, from our position, Your Honor, we don't object that the statements were made at the Milton State Police Barracks as they were, and it was in that context that she was speaking to the police at the barracks. We would object to introducing evidence that she was under arrest at that time.
Yeah, I don't think we need that. But so at the Milton State Police Barracks on a particular date.
That's acceptable.
Do you need more than that, Mr. Lally, for context?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. How is this going in?
Through the trooper to whom she was speaking.
Okay. All right. All right. So, Mr. Clerk, audio only. Commonwealth may elicit testimony. Statement occurred at the Milton State Police Barracks. Still, Ally, do you remember the date?
June 9th, 2022.
Thank you.
22.
Yes.
Okay. So audio only, Mr. Clerk. Commonwealth may elicit testimony that the statement occurred at the Massachusetts State Police Barracks on June 9th, 2022. All right, so those are the fairly quick ones. Before we get to what I think are the more complex ones, or the ones that I need a little bit more argument from you on, I am concerned about discovery. So, Mr. Lally, when I was going through copies of what I had previously, the first time or one time that the Commonwealth filed on March 21st of this year, a notice for reciprocal discovery and notice of experts. You then, last week, I think, filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and request for voir dire of any defense experts. You asked that that be impounded. And that will be based on your motion and appears to be sort of an affidavit in support. So where do we stand with discovery?
So with reference to the reciprocal discovery, what Commonwealth is seeking is noted there are a number of witnesses listed on the defendant's witness list with no materials provided as to who these people are or what their intended testimony is. The issue with regard to experts is essentially there are 5 experts. Mr. Green, who there was an attachment to a motion with an affidavit and some materials. I think I have everything in relation to that. With regard to Dr. Sheridan, I have an affidavit and a curriculum vitae, and that's essentially it with respect to that. I just am inquiring as to whether or not there are any reports or any other sort of findings or anything post that. The other 3 experts all relate to that specific, I'm sorry. The next would be Dr. Van E, who...
Which, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Dr. Christopher Van E.
Yeah.
I'm a little... so essentially there are that gentleman and then 3 individuals from this ARCA company who are all purported to be testifying in the area of crash reconstruction. None of them are crash reconstructionists. They're all biomechanical or biomedical engineers. With regard to Dr. Van E, who I've had some experience with in the past, my typical dealings with him is there's some sort of report written by him. I have nothing. I just have a CV and about a paragraph of what's anticipated as far as his testimony. The other 3 individuals, my issue is there is a report that's within the federal materials in relation to what they did. However, it's a single
In relation
report.
to what?
In regard to whatever examinations or tests or whatever that.
Does it include all 3 experts, though?
Well, so that's the issue.
Yeah.
The issue is the report is signed by all 3 individuals. So I have no idea who did what, who would testify to what, who has an opinion as to what, or what that would be. So I'm just looking for some additional information or any clarification as to what each of those respective people would be testifying to beyond just all 3 signed a report.
Okay, who's arguing this for the defense?
With the court's permission, I'd like to handle the issue regarding civilian witnesses and have Mr. Jackson address the experts.
All right.
So my argument is very brief, Your Honor. We're well aware of our obligations under Rule 14 And any statements that we have regarding civilian witnesses that fall under that rubric, we will turn over, and we have turned over.
But why haven't you?
No, we've turned over what we have. So in our view, we've complied with discovery with regard to the civilian witnesses that Mr. Lally speaks about.
What about the discovery that Lolly hasn't
Do you have
shared yet?
addresses for those witnesses, Mr. Lally?
We did it.
All right, so they need addresses, right? If there's nothing there, they need the addresses so the police can go out and interview them.
We will get them addresses by the end of the day today.
Okay. All right, so my concern was that when, Mr. Lally, when did you file your certificate of compliance?
That would have been, I believe the Wednesday, not last Wednesday, the Wednesday before that.
And I had previously told counsel I would expect within 2 days of that, because obviously you've been preparing this case for a long time.
Of course, yes.
But so to have Mr. Lally stand here today and say that he doesn't have all this information that you know he's entitled to, I mean, dates of birth and addresses of witnesses are pretty standard, Ms. Giannetti, especially if you have, not provided anything that they're going to say. So that should have happened a week ago.
Wow, this lady's audacity.
Well, okay. And we do have to talk about how we're going to do this at trial. Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, I provided reciprocal discovery to Mr. Lally within 24 hours of receiving
Okay.
the certificate of compliance.
Anything about these witnesses that Ms. Giannetti says they have everything on?
Yes, he's received statements from all the witnesses that we have statements for, which included their dates of birth, addresses.
How
all that.
many is that, Ms. Little? How many witnesses?
I don't know off the top of my head, but every single report that we have for these witnesses that Mr. Lally has received in his witness list, he has reports for.
Okay.
And a number of our witnesses, obviously, are witnesses that the Commonwealth has interviewed.
Right. I think I crossed out much of your list when I read the names of the witnesses, right?
Exactly.
Because they were duplicates.
So we have complied with at least those obligations. And if there's any addresses that we haven't produced, I will make sure that gets done today, but he
Thank
should
you.
have the vast majority of everything.
All right. Anything specific, Mr. Lally, on the civilian witnesses?
Well, just in looking at the defense witness list, there are 77 witnesses that are listed. 35 of them are on the Commonwealth's witness list, and I have statements from 4 witnesses, not including experts, so that would probably make it to 9, or if you include the investigator, 10 or 11. So there's still a substantial amount of witnesses that I don't have addresses, date of birth, or any statements from, or even what their anticipated testimony would be.
Your Honor, there's also probably an additional 10 to 12 witnesses that he has reports for from the federal materials, which include addresses, statements, that type of information.
All right. It's my view that that's still the defendant's obligation to provide. All right. Or at least acknowledge where they are. All right. Let me hear the expert response, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, with regard to Dr. Vanny, Chris Vanny, first of all, he is technically a rebuttal witness. There's a trooper named Trooper Paul that's going to be called in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and he's going to testify to some key cycle information. Key cycles are trigger events or cycling events with regard to the SUV. Chris Vanny is expected to testify in rebuttal to Trooper Paul's testimony that his Trooper Paul's analysis of the key cycles is flawed in terms of timing. And the number of key cycles that he relates back to an event that takes the SUV back to 34 Fairview. So Chris Vanny has done a similar analysis, or at least overviewed or looked over Trooper Paul's analysis, and has determined that Trooper Paul's analysis is incorrect. So we expect, we included his name, although he's a rebuttal witness, we included his name just to be in an abundance of caution. But he's not produced a report.
Do you have to at least tell the Commonwealth what he bases his opinion on, what he has viewed, what he bases his opinion on?
The exact same information, the raw data that Trooper Paul based his opinion on.
All right, so is this the first you're hearing this, Mr. Lally?
There's kind of a vague description to that effect, but again, what I'm hearing is similar to that in the sense of he disagrees with the Commonwealth's expert, but I don't have any foundation for that, or what specifically he disagrees about, or what his points of contention would be with Trooper Paul's report. as far as no report, no basis of opinion, no anything of that nature. That's my concern.
Okay. And you've requested a voir dire
Yes, Your
of
Honor.
the experts? All right. We don't want to bring this witness out here early for a voir dire. So I suggest you get the information that was requested.
I'll be happy to.
If we have to bring him out, we have to bring him out.
No, I'm not looking to bring him out, and I don't think that he needs to be voir dired. He's going to look at the exact same, and I'll call Mr. Lally and explain to him what I think in a little bit more granular detail is going to be the sum and substance of his testimony. But Mr. Lally he certainly can conceive, as Trooper Paul walks through his analysis, Chris Van E is going to walk through the exact same analysis. It's the same data set. They're both working with apples and apples. He just has a different conclusion that the key cycles are not in keeping with what Trooper Paul analyzed because he left some key cycles out. Pretty simple stuff. But I'm happy to contact Mr. Lally offline and let him know exactly what it is that
All
Chris
right.
Van E has a
All
problem.
right. So you do that. And if it's not resolved by Monday, we will pick a date within the next week to have voir dires of whatever experts that insufficient discovery has been provided to the Commonwealth on. So let's try and work everything out. The rules are very clear, and you need to provide this information.
And I thought we had, but I'm happy to have that additional conversation. And I'll do the same thing with regard to the ARCA witnesses as well.
So is there anything specifically, Mr. Lally, that you're looking for today in response to the biomechanical engineers?
Just specifically what their opinions are and what they're based on.
And who did what?
Who did what?
Should be fairly easy to provide, Mr. Jackson.
It has been in about a 9 or 10 page report that's detailed, single spaced.
But does it say who did what? I read the report as part of the federal materials. I couldn't figure out who did what. So
Okay, I'm happy to talk to Mr. Lally about that. I believe the answer is going to be, in sum and substance, all of them work together as a team to come to the opinions and conclusions that are recited in the report. But I'll be happy to have an additional conversation with Mr. Lally about that. I don't know that I know every single thing. As a matter of fact, I don't know every single thing that everybody did, who screwed what bolt into what nut, et cetera. But I think by and large, Mr. Lally and I can come to an agreement about what the contours of each of their testimony would be.
okay.
And by the way, they are accident reconstructionists. So there's a
Do you have their CVs?
I do, and so does Mr. Lally.
I do.
Anything on the CV about being accident reconstructionist?
There is listings of accident reconstructionists, but I think that's part of the Commonwealth's request for a voir dire is the qualifications. I don't think meet that standard for them to be able to testify in that area.
All right. So two things. When the two of you were working on this between now and Monday, if the Commonwealth is not satisfied in requesting a voir dire, I need to hear from the two of you whether we need to do that before the evidence really gets started, or if it can be done before the witness testifies.
Okay.
All right.
Understood, Your Honor.
This sounds like a fucking sham.
All right. So Commonwealth's motion for voir dire of any witness to be asked for opinion or character of defendant or any witness. I had that this was allowed by agreement, 314, Diaz number 24.
That's agreed.
And 304, Commonwealth's bolded number 14, Commonwealth's motion for order regarding opening statements and notice of any visual aids defense intends to display to jury during opening statement. So I need to know what parties intend to put up for exhibits or for chalks, whatever you intend to put up in opening. And I know you're doing the opening, Ms. Giannetti, so I need to know what you intend to display.
Nothing.
Okay, that makes it easier. So while we're talking just briefly of openings, you had told me, Ms. Giannetti, that you thought you could get everything in 35 minutes. I will give you both 45
Oh,
minutes.
that's perfect. Yes, I'll be less than 45.
I'll hold you to that.
I know you will.
All right. So, Mr. Lally, 45 minutes for the Commonwealth?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. And Commonwealth, do you intend to put anything up during openings?
During openings, no, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Commonwealth's motion eliminate for notice and voir dire of Bowden. I thought that was, we decided that there would be a voir dire regarding before the Bowden testimony comes in.
I don't recall that, Your Honor.
All right. Well, Commonwealth's entitled to a voir dire. There'll be a voir dire.
My understanding of the court's ruling, as it applies to opening statements, is that I cannot point the finger at a third-party culprit, but I can introduce the idea of an inadequate investigation and discuss Bowden evidence.
As long as you know it's coming into evidence.
That's perfectly fair.
Remember, I use
Yeah.
that term competent evidence.
Of course.
That's what it has to be.
Of course.
All right. I'm sorry, Jim. 321, the Commonwealth's bolded 31, in case my number's not right.
So opening statements, they can't bring up the third party culprit, but they can
319.
discuss the lack of integrity in the investigation.
We talked a little bit about this. It's
And how
Commonwealth's motion for
poorly done it
advance
was.
notice. If defendant intends to cross-examine any witness about alleged bias and request for pretrial ruling on whether the proposed evidence demonstrates a plausible showing of alleged bias. So as you well know, Mr. Lally, bias is definitely an area that is ripe for cross-examination and extensive cross-examination. I needed to know exactly what your concerns are.
And Your Honor, I think what I would suggest might make the most sense with this is to sort of take it as it comes.
Okay.
I think it's a little difficult to put counsel in a position to, cite specific things that they wish and
We have a couple of motions where we do need to do that.
Right.
But for generally with this, and because this was broad, that's why I did want to, when we had a brief hearing on this, I said that I did need to hear from you regarding specific statements. So what we're going to endorse this, Mr. Clerk, is that Commonwealth will object on a question-by-question basis. Does that work, Mr. Lally?
Yeah, sure.
Does that work for the defense, Mr. Yannetti?
For sure.
Okay.
Commonwealth will object.
Commonwealth will object to specific questions.
Thank you.
And Mr. Lally, if you know in advance, depending on how the testimony comes in, if a particular witness gets up and you know before any examination what your concerns are, we'll visit it before the testimony.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
A similar motion to the defense expert issue. Mr. Clerk, I believe it's 315. It's bolded number 25 from the Commonwealth. Commonwealth's motion eliminate to prohibit defense experts from testifying regarding scientific studies or anecdotal experienced and request for voir dire. Mr. Jackson, do any of your witnesses intend to give anecdotal experiences?
I said this in the argument. I don't really know what that means, but no, in terms just the common sense knowledge of common sense definition of what that is. To my knowledge, they're not going to be talking about any.
Okay, I think it's pretty clear what it is. But if you think they're not going to do it, if it seems that they are, then we need to know. And how about the scientific studies?
Scientific studies would not be referred to in any of their testimony that I'm going to elicit at all.
Okay.
They did some scientific studying of the material.
No, do you mean like learned treatises and things like that, Mr. Lally?
Exactly, Your Honor.
Yes.
They're not going to be citing to learned treatises that I'm going to elicit.
Okay. All right. That's it in my category of discovery. There's some overlap in the motions that I think the following motions may take a little bit more time, and it's sort of the somewhat complex ones. So 311, Commonwealth's bold number 21. Commonwealth's motion eliminate to admit the victim's out-of-court statements relating to his state of mind. There's sort of some overlap, Mr. Lally, that we'll get into with other statements. But so this is the Commonwealth versus Qualls, Commonwealth versus Binns, that whole line of cases. Why don't I hear you? Is there any objection to this?
We may have a moment, Judge.
The Commonwealth, we were here last, the Commonwealth was told that they need to provide with the statements or the areas they intend to introduce. They do so in this motion. They do more extensively in another motion that's sort of dovetails. And the other motion concerns the Aruba incident, the arguments between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe, and also this bin/qualls type testimony.
Right, so I think our position, Your Honor, was that we need to know the specifics of what they intend to introduce. My expectation is that some of that will be admissible and some of it we won't have an objection to, but it's difficult to give either a blanket objection or a blanket assent without knowing the specifics.
Okay, but you did sort of make a blanket objection to the Aruba incident, if we
But
call it that.
We had to without knowing the specifics.
So on the second page of this motion, the Commonwealth intends to introduce statements the victim made to his family members and friends close in time to the murder about his relationship with the defendant and his decision to terminate the relationship. The Commonwealth also intends to introduce the victim's statements through text messages authored by the victim and contained within the victim's cell phone that express his decision communicated directly to the defendant to terminate their relationship. That goes squarely with qualls and bins.
Right, with regard to the text messages, I don't believe we have a basis to object.
All right, so I'm also going to allow statement. Mr. Lally, tell us what the statements specifically, as best you can. Who would be testifying? What family members? Does this involve the two children?
Yes, Your Honor. So there are statements that are made by the victim to the defendant in front of each of the two children with his intention to.
What are they roughly?
Essentially that the relationship isn't working anymore and that he would like to break up with her, ask her to leave the house. She refuses, and this is in front of both the niece and the nephew.
All right. Ms. Giannetti, I'll hear you on that.
Our expectation is any statements that were made, allegedly made by Mr. O'Keefe to my client in front of other witnesses, we don't have a basis to object to that.
Okay, so that's coming in. And you've had the benefit of the SANE interviews for a long time.
Correct.
Right, so,
We don't waive potential hearsay objections during trial, Your Honor, but I think generally that's our answer.
all right, so on 311, Mr. Clerk, I'm going to allow that.
So they're not objecting to the hearsay testimony? I mean, the text messages I get, but.
All right, so sort of the same. 310. And the defendant's is 283. It's a similar motion. So, Mr. Lally, why don't I hear you on this? So this is the one when I said there are three areas here as I see it. If we call it the Aruba incident, the animosity between the defendant and the victim in weeks and days prior to the victim's death, and that the defendant admitted to numerous witnesses at different times that the last thing she recalls was getting into an argument with the victim. So that whole domestic violence line of cases with state of mind clearly is admissible. So why don't I start with you, Mr. Lally? Go ahead and argue your motion.
So, Your Honor, specifically, what the Commonwealth is seeking to introduce there is you have the incident in Aruba, which there are really four witnesses who have information to provide to the jury.
Do we need all four?
Well, so from different perspectives is what I would say. So two of them are, the incident or altercation occurs in the lobby of the hotel where the defendant, the victim, and the children are staying along with a larger party of friends of the victim. Following that incident, both children indicate that there's approximately 20-minute screaming match or something to that effect. that
Both
goes
children,
on.
both children were present?
Yes, within the hotel room, and both indicate to that. Then you have the woman, Marietta Sullivan, who's involved in the incident in the lobby, and then you have her sister, who is the person who invited them on the trip in the first place.
So there's some additional testimony from these witnesses too, other than just the statements?
Correct. So the additional testimony from the sister who invited them on the trip, she's not a recipient witness to the altercation. I wouldn't be asking her anything about that.
Okay.
What I would be asking her about is just her observation. So she had gone out the evening prior with the victim and the defendant to dinner, and sort of the disparity between sort of their demeanor on the night before versus post this incident. And there was some statements that Mr. O'Keefe made to her about sort of the nature of their relationship, or the nature of his relationship with the defendant.
And those statements have been provided to the defendant?
Yes, sir.
There was testimony in the grand jury regarding those statements?
There is, yes. There's state police reports as well as testimony from the witness and the grand jury. In addition to that, as far as statements relative to the nature of the relationship, there are some minimal statements that are made by the defendant to a couple of witnesses at the waterfall the night before. Again, those are also contained within troopers' reports and the grand jury testimony of those witnesses. There are also the text messages between the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, and the defendant, which specifically address the nature of their relationship. There are text messages from the defendant to Mr. Higgins, which again specifically address not only the Aruba incidents weeks later, as well as and being a continuing point of concern, at least from the defendant's perspective, as to the nature of their relationship. And then taking all of that sort of in conjunction with the text messages between the two that day and the voicemails messages that the defendant left on the victim's cell phone shortly after the murder occurs. And then there are further statements that the defendant makes to a number of different people, whether they be troopers, whether it be paramedics, whether they be Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, or in the presence of them, as well as at least 3 paramedics, indicating that the last time that she saw the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument essentially at the house at Fairview Road right before she had left. So those are sort of the totality of the sort of specific areas in the nature of the relationship that the Commonwealth will be seeking to explore through the testimony of a number of different witnesses.
Okay. Who's arguing this for the defense?
I will, Judge. As I'm listening, there seems to be quite a few different categories of information that the Commonwealth is seeking to introduce, and through different means. So, it's difficult to, again, just give one blanket objection or one blanket assent to this. Generally speaking, witnesses who would testify about statements of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, that probably comes in.
We talked a little bit about that. That's the Qualls and the Bins line of cases. So
correct.
I did rule that those are coming in.
We recognize that,
Okay.
yes.
You said probably.
Well, yes. Well, Mr.
right.
Lally raised it again, so.
And you don't have to assent. You can object to anything you want to object to, and I make the call. I mean, so you don't need to point out, you don't need to apologize for objecting. Just go ahead and tell me the defendant's position.
Right, I understand, Judge. So, I think the position here is that we recognize that much of this will come in, but we don't waive the ability to object to a specific question in terms of what it's, what it asks for, how it's phrased, what could potentially come in if the question's too vague. So that's my hesitation on not.
So no, so that's well taken. So even if you assent to it, doesn't mean that if a question crosses the line, you're prohibited from objecting to it. I've never done that before.
That's my point.
Yeah, so you haven't tried before me before. I would not do that. So I find that, let's say for the Aruba statement, all of these go to state of mind and motive. I will give a limiting instruction. I will make the findings that I need to find. pursuant to Commonwealth versus Samir. It's a footnote in that case. It's footnote 8, I believe. I will make those findings at the time. There's certainly been a sufficient showing from the Commonwealth. So I will give a limiting instruction. I will welcome proposed limiting instructions if you want to file them. I know you're all busy. If you don't want to, that's fine. I can handle that. Regarding the animosity, again, it's close in time. It goes to the nature of the relationship. I will give a limiting instruction. I'm confident that the limiting instructions will be followed by the jurors, that they're understandable. I will make observations at the time, and if they appear to be understanding and nodding, which you often see on limiting instructions, I will make those findings as well. But I'm satisfied that the jurors will be able to understand a limiting instruction and use the testimony only for the intended purpose. And the animosity goes to the nature of the relationship, goes to the domestic violence line of cases. And the argument being the last thing that the defendant says she recalled, and the children's testimony regarding ending the relationship, again, that goes to state of mind, and it goes to the Qualls and Bins line of cases. And I will give a limiting instruction. I'm confident the jurors will understand. So that's my ruling on that, which actually, so it would be a denial, Jim, of defendant's motion 283.
Just for the record, it's 282.
82. And that's denied. I mean, it will not go to propensity, and we can make sure of that. And the Commonwealth's motion is 310, Jim, the bold 20, and that was sort of hand in hand with the other one. All right. So moving on to, I think we just briefly talked about, so it's paper number 306, Commonwealth's motion eliminate to admit expert celebrate demonstration. I think we briefly talked about it, and I wanted to know, so are the defendants objecting to the, so your witness's name again? I read it every day for the last week.
That's okay. It's Mr. Ian Whiffen.
Yes. So about him doing a demonstration, is there an objection to that from the defense?
Your Honor, thank you. Since the last time we were in court, we've had an opportunity to look at that.
Yeah, I'd like to look at it, but okay, so you looked at it?
We did. It's not that long. It's maybe, I don't know, I want to say 22, 25 minutes, something like that. We'll submit on the papers and stand on the objection that we previously made, that it doesn't comport with the exactitude that we think is necessary for a demonstration, but I don't think it bears. It's not an enormous deal for us. We do stand on the objection, but I'll submit on the papers.
All right, so I'm going to allow it, but Mr. Lally, I'd also like to see it.
Of course.
Okay, so if you could get me a copy, Ms. Gilman, can you get me a copy of that before the end of today?
I think so, yes.
All right,
Not
thank
speaking
you.
for.
Yeah.
All right, so Jim, 306 is allowed?
Thank you.
All right, so the two that may take, there's three actually, but the two that we'll cover here before we get to sort of logistics and sequestration. Commonwealth's motion to prohibit reference to any pending internal affairs investigations or unfounded allegations. And I did just, I don't know why, I know you filed it previously, Ms. Little, but I just today had the opportunity to read your supplemental memo in opposition. Okay, so, all right, so this is twofold. So I'll hear the Commonwealth regarding Trooper Proctor and also regarding Sergeant Lang.
Sure. Your Honor, with regard to, I think the recent sort of progeny of cases between McFarland and Graham are sort of entirely instructive. I would submit as far as this particular area is concerned. So when it comes to Sergeant Lank, you're talking about a civil case with no judgment. There was no finding. There was no trial. So I think Graham and McFarland are pretty clear that that is not conduct that can be used in a criminal case to impeach a
But
witness.
why can't it be used regarding, I think what separates this in some respects from those cases, even though there's no finding, is just like the pure bias part of it, right? If there's bias in favor of the Alberts, which is what the defendants say their defense is among the possible third-party culprits, why can't they cross-examine on that?
Well, the information that I've seen, I don't think specifically lends to a defense of the Alberts. I think if it lends to anything, it lends to Sergeant Lank being involved in some sort of altercation himself, and whatever extent there's any veracity to whatever is alleged by the other parties to have occurred. Firstly, secondly, I don't even believe
piece of shit.
Again, I think we're going to, one Albert equals the entire Albert family kind of thing, and I don't think that any of the Alberts that they point to, or at least that Mr. Yannetti got up and spoke about being potential third-party culprit targets, were even present, involved, or had anything to do with this prior incident. So whether or not Sergeant Lake knows or was 20 some odd years ago friendly with one member of the Albert family or even two, if they're not any people that were at the residence on Fairview Road that night, that were present there in the morning when he arrived, pursuant to a call from the sergeant on scene to investigate, or anything of that like, I don't see how it's relevant to that form of questioning or impeachment.
They were there.
Particularly where it's an unsustained finding and there's nothing, concrete as to what transpired.
Okay, I guess my question was simply because something might not fit squarely in McFarland and Graham. If it's admissible for other purposes, then it can come in.
Right.
So who's arguing this part? We'll take these in two parts. So we'll do the Trooper Proctor part afterwards. But Ms. Little, I did say I'd give you the opportunity to argue those two cases, but if you want to, you can. But I'm more focused on the bias or motive
I'll
part.
just briefly address Graham and McFarland because
Sure.
I do think it's very important that we make clear that both of those cases are completely an opposite to the issue that's before this court, which is admissibility at trial. McFarland and Graham both deal with whether the Commonwealth has an obligation to turn over certain discovery. That's not where we are right now, right? We filed the appropriate motion to receive discovery. We obtained information about an IA investigation. We obviously
Let's focus on Lank first.
Sure.
Okay,
So-
I agree with you. They're discovery cases. They're not admissibility cases.
Okay. So that issue aside, Lank has he's one of the first responders, obviously, who went to 34 Fairview on the morning of January 29th. He's the first person to enter the Albert residence that morning. And he has a long-standing relationship with the Albert family, which is brought in by this sort of prior lawsuit that we brought to the court's
The Albert family appears to be huge, right?
Well,
or very extended family.
Well, I'm getting there. So
Okay.
the altercation that Lank was involved in was after he deputized himself to involve himself in a fight that Chris Albert had been in. Chris Albert is one of the Commonwealth's witnesses in this case. He is Brian Albert's brother. He was with them all that night on the 28th. His son, Colin Albert, as you know, is a third-party culprit. So this is not some tangential family member. This is
Who would you intend to get, if I allow this, and we really need to
Better
see
fucking
how
allow
things
it.
develop beforehand. So, Mr. Yannetti, I can tell you right now, I'm not going to allow you to open on this because I need to see how the evidence comes in.
It's not part of my opening.
Okay. Who would you intend? I see you have the LaPolito brothers on the witness list. I think that goes far further than I would allow. But who do you intend to get the testimony in through and how?
through Sergeant Lank himself. I think we need to be afforded the ability to cross-examine him. Once that's done, we may need the
If he
local
denies it, and we'll
Exactly.
figure that out.
But I think the first step is allowing us to inquire as to his relationships and the connection that he has to the family and this incident that occurred.
So you can certainly inquire as
Absolutely.
to his relationship with the family. It's the incident. I need to see again, just reading
The
of
incident
everything that I've
happened.
read, Sergeant Lank doesn't have it. His testimony isn't as lengthy as other witnesses, right?
I don't think that that's necessarily true, Your Honor, as far as our
Mr. Lally said,
cross-examination.
okay, but for his direct is not as lengthy as other witnesses.
I think that's fair to say.
Yeah. So, all right. So go ahead. So through him, through Chris Albert.
Through him, potentially through Chris Albert as well, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Yanetti's not going to open on this, and he said he wasn't planning on it anyway. So
No, Your Honor.
let's see how the evidence develops. It may be that we have a voir dire of Sergeant Lank and Chris Albert beforehand. Okay. So I'm not going to take any action on this right now.
Okay.
But I'm not denying it as the Commonwealth's requesting me to do.
Thank you, Your
So
Honor.
we'll see where we go with this, okay?
Sounds like she's
All right,
setting
so
up
now
to
let's
make bad calls
deal
during the
with
game.
The Trooper Proctor part.
So, Trooper Proctor, Your Honor, in regard to NEI investigation, which we have not received any material in regard to other than its existence. And I want to be clear on that because I think counsel might be a little confused by some material that we provided to them. So there were some interviews in regard to any sort of areas of potential bias with regard to Trooper Proctor and certain members of the Albert family. That was something that we did. So we had asked a couple of captains from the state police who are completely divorced from the investigation and completely divorced from our office, conducting interviews with regard to Trooper Proctor and a few of the other civilian witnesses.
Okay.
in
How
relation.
recently? I mean, it's all recent. When was that?
That was, I think, all discovery related to that was provided to counsel the week prior to trial.
Okay.
But they were done sort of in the weeks leading up to that.
Is that part complete?
Yes.
Okay.
So as far as the IA investigation goes, just the mere fact that there is an IA investigation, the Commonwealth would submit is not an appropriate area for cross-examination, and particularly when it's an open investigation, there are no findings and falls squarely within McFarland and Graham. And I understand what the court's comments before about them being primarily discovery cases, and I would agree with that. But they also go to discovery cases as far as so if something can't be ordered to be provided in the course of discovery, then it's I would submit inferentially inadmissible. So what I'm suggesting with this motion, what I'm arguing in this motion, is that whereas there is no findings of liability, there's no findings of any wrongdoing or anything of that ilk, just sort of putting out there that there's an open IA investigation without anything more because nothing else exists at this point.
Why wouldn't it go to his bias and his motive? If he's under investigation, why wouldn't he have the motive to testify favorably, or why doesn't it go to that? Maybe not the fact that it's IAD, but just there's an ongoing investigation that he's aware of, that he's involved. And I don't know if his job depends on it. I don't know that. Maybe there's not enough to know. But why isn't that motive and bias on his part? Do you think that's prohibited by Graham and McFarland?
I do, and just for that specific, because essentially what it allows a defendant to do is to pursue a line of questioning that they have no idea what that line of questioning is or what it will eventually be. And it could eventually turn into nothing. And to allow that sort of imprimatur of the court to allow that sort of questioning into an area that is completely unsettled and completely there's no evidence to substantiate other than the fact that it exists without any sort of finding, without any sort of evidence to support it. I mean, we don't have any evidence as far as what that is or that it even pertains to this case. So with regard to all of that, I understand, that outside of McFarland and outside of Graham, that there are other avenues, as the court was alluding to, as far as motive, as far as bias, as far as things of that nature. But when it's just so scant as far as what that is versus sort of the connotation behind those questions. I just think it's unfair to the Commonwealth. It's unfair to the witness to be put in that position when there's really no information available.
All right. What do you say, Ms. Little?
Your Honor, I think that ADA Lally's representation that we don't know what this investigation is about is disingenuous, to say the least.
Why so? Why? Is there
Reason
something in
is-
the, hold on, is it something in the information that you've received
Yes, Your Honor.
from
and-
Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So can I get a copy of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, as the court knows, first of all, Grimm and McFarland deal with the Commonwealth's mandatory discovery obligations, right? Those courts also very specifically state that there's mechanisms outside of those mandatory discovery obligations for defendants to obtain information that's relevant and admissible at trial. That's why we filed a Rule 17 motion requesting these disciplinary records, and that's why that was granted.
It was granted because the Commonwealth did not object.
Thank you, Amy.
So, regardless, we've obtained those records, and the cases that Mr. Lally continues to cite do not stand for the proposition that that's the only mechanism by which information can be produced at trial. Those are discovery cases. They are not admissibility cases. Pursuant to that request, we have received information discussing the IA investigation at which Trooper Proctor is being questioned specifically about this case. This is not an instance where we're questioning whether or not there's a basis for an IA investigation. It's clear this investigation was predicated on the materials that were produced to the Commonwealth by the federal authorities in this case.
And initiated by the Commonwealth. The IID investigation was initiated by the DA's office, correct?
Well, as far, and just to correct what I certainly didn't mean to impute that this case had absolutely no bearing or there was no
I
basis for
didn't think you did.
But what I was saying with that is we don't know what the full extent of that is. But as far as what counsel is, what the court's question as far as the IED, it was something that our office had spoken to. We felt we had a duty to disclose to State Police Legal Counsel, and then they refer it to the IA, and that's how that investigation began. As it pertains to what counsel is talking about, that has nothing to do with IA. So the materials that the Commonwealth has provided, that was completely separate investigation initiated by the District Attorney's Office in relation to that.
Okay.
The IA investigation came on the heels of this information being produced to the Commonwealth. This is not a situation in which we're really questioning what the basis of that investigation is. The Commonwealth has in its possession numerous materials that suggest there has been significant misconduct on the part of Trooper Proctor. That will come out at trial. However,
How?
through cross-examination.
What if they don't call Trooper Proctor?
We will call Trooper Proctor.
To impeach him?
Yes.
All right, so be prepared to argue that. I don't know. He's on the witness list. He's the first person on the witness list. They're probably calling him. I'm just
He's the lead detective
hypothetically
in this
throwing it out
case.
there.
He's
Yeah,
conducted
dude.
every single step of this investigation.
With others, right?
Excuse me?
With others?
Sometimes, but he is the primary investigator in this case. And I think it's very, very important for the court, and I think you noted correctly, that bias and motive are absolutely critical to Ms. Reed's right to defend herself at trial. We have to be able to explore those issues. And in order for Trooper Proctor to testify, he has a motivation to testify in a certain way to avoid liability in this pending IA investigation.
Yep.
So I think it's unfair to tie our hands behind our back and not be able to question him about this, because it directly drives his bias and motive in this case.
Totally.
And gives him reason to testify in a certain way, knowing that he could face career consequences if he doesn't.
Do you intend to try and open on this, Ms. Gianetti? Because I need more information.
I'm not going to mention the
don't.
IA investigation in my opening statement.
All right, so Mr. Lally, if you can get me that information
need
that you
to.
mentioned that you had sent to council, I'll take a look at that. It may well be the fact that there's an investigation without what the nature of the investigation is, but that there's an important investigation. And if you can show me in advance that his job may depend on it, things of that nature, there may be cleaner ways to allow this testimony in. So, all right, so we need a little time. I need to read those materials.
Sure. And,
Okay.
and for the court's edification, I don't anticipate he's sort of towards the middle, I would say.
Okay. All right, good. And the
That'd
more
be-
fully the records developed and the easier to rule on some of these motions. I just want to give you all some idea so you know how to prepare for the next 2 weeks. So, all right. So not in your openings on either one of these, Mr. Yannetti, but you agree to that. So this is still under advisement. It may be certainly with Lank or Sergeant Lank of voir dire of Sergeant Lank and of voir dire of Chris Albert. We'll see how the evidence develops, and I'll read more about the information that the Commonwealth was provided. So 318, also it's 28 bolded from the Commonwealth. All right, so Commonwealth's motion eliminate to admit, this is, you know what, I don't have a number on this one, Jim. Commonwealth's motion eliminate to admit results of defendant's blood draw at Good Samaritan Hospital and resulting serum conversion and retrograde extrapolation.
Judge, that's paper 339.
All right, and the Commonwealth, I mean, the defendants is 289. It's the addressing the same issues. Yeah, I told the Commonwealth to put this in writing. So I guess it's defendant's motion. So I'll hear from the defense. Your motion 289.
I need a drink for this.
With regard to that, we've put most of our argument in the paper, so I don't want to rehash all of those. The issue is really the foundational issue, not the extrapolation. The extrapolation is sort of a garbage in, garbage out argument, like computers. We think that the underlying blood draw did not follow the proper protocols that it should have followed. Therefore, the veracity of that particular blood draw is at issue.
All right, can I just ask, the Commonwealth intends to have witnesses here to testify to that, right? How the
Yes.
blood was drawn,
Yes,
all of
the
that?
Commonwealth would have the doctor that ordered it, the blood draw, the nurse / nurse practitioner, I summons both as far as who took the blood, and then the director of the lab at the Good Samaritan Medical Center. What I
Okay.
hope to...
So let me get back to Mr. Jackson, and then I'll hear you on that. I just wanted that. I'm not sure we had all that information when you filed the motion, but does that change anything, Mr. Jackson?
It doesn't, because the individuals that did the blood draw, it wasn't done in an accredited manner. I'm not arguing with the fact that the blood draw was taken, that somebody with a phlebotomist actually took the blood, but it wasn't done with the protocols or the accreditation that's required under Massachusetts state law and the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
There you
Their
go.
protocols were, I apologize, their protocols were breached internally. And given that breach, we believe that any extrapolation based or founded upon those faulty blood draws, those unaccredited blood draws, are suspect as well. So the sum and substance is that you can't trust the extrapolation if it wasn't an accredited and a foundationally solid blood draw to begin with.
So if all the witnesses are here for cross-examination, why doesn't that go to the weight of the evidence instead of the admissibility?
Because we think that the admissibility is based on the protocols that the Massachusetts State Police have put in place. If they didn't have accreditation protocols, it wouldn't mean anything. It probably would go to the weight, not the admissibility. I think the admissibility is predicated on their own rules. They don't get, in our view, they don't get to break their own rules and then say, oh, well, let's just let it go to the weight, not the admissibility. We believe that it's important enough that it shouldn't ever come in front of the jury in the first place, notwithstanding the fact that we could obviously cross-examine them on the lack of accreditation.
There you go.
It rises to the next level of not being trustworthy, and therefore it's overly prejudicial.
Right. It's a waste of time to even address it.
Mr. Lally, doesn't this happen in hospitals across Massachusetts on a regular basis?
It does, and just to be clear, nobody's breaking anybody's own rules. This wasn't blood work that was taken by anybody at the lab or tested at the lab. It was taken at the hospital, tested at the hospital, and what the technician or the forensic scientist from the Office of Alcohol Testing is doing is essentially mathematical calculations based on that result. So I would submit it goes exactly to the weight of the evidence. It's certainly fertile ground for cross-examination or argument by counsel. But as far as it being admissible, it's certainly admissible. This is what happens in every case. Whether or not Good Samaritan Medical Center's lab is ANAB accredited or anything of that nature is irrelevant. It has nothing to do with the state police strictures because they're not the ones who actually conducted the testing of what was in the blood.
All right, do you want to respond?
I just wanted to refresh the court's recollection. I mentioned this at the last hearing, but just one element of the problem is in the result. The extrapolated result was 124% swing. In other words, we extrapolated based on the blood draw.
Yeah, I know what it means.
And that's just massive. I've never seen a swing that big. It's, you know, you pull somebody over. Well, they have
Sounds like a great area for cross-examination.
I think it will be.
Okay.
But if it's not admissible in the first place because it's inherently untrustworthy, then you could save me my breath.
Exactly.
I don't see how this doesn't come in.
I'll submit, I don't want to beat a dead horse. I just think that it's so unreliable that it shouldn't be put before the jury. And,
Right.
And we run the risk of
The joke.
prejudicing the jury in a way that we can't sort of unring that bell. Yes, we can cross-examine, but I don't think that the underlying blood draw is foundationally solid enough.
Mr. Lally, were you planning on using this in your opening?
I don't have to.
All right, so why don't we wait and if need be, we'll have, I mean, the experts, let's wait until it gets closer to these experts or the folks from the hospital testifying. If we need to have a short voir dire, you need to remind me to do that, Mr. Jackson, okay?
Thank you for that, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
All right. Okay, so the last area I have is sort of logistics and sequestration. So let me, so the Commonwealth filed a motion initially. You know what, we'll hold off on the logistics regarding the audiovisual assistant. So there was a motion in limine for sequestration that I allowed regarding the family. So the victim's brother, Paul O'Keefe, the sister-in-law, Erin O'Keefe, the niece and nephew can attend the trial after their testimony. So that motion 293 is allowed. I understand that perhaps, well, I was going to also allow Mr. O'Keefe's father, who appears for some reason on the defendant's witness list.
Interesting.
He is exempt also by me from the sequestration order. All right, so that's John O'Keefe Sr. So I just added that in. So Mr. Clerk, 293 is allowed with the addition of Mr. O'Keefe
Thank you.
Sr. So the Commonwealth has filed a two-part motion, a motion for offer of proof regarding calling the elected sitting district attorney of Norfolk County and sequestration order if he is permitted to be called. This also includes Stephen Nelson, who is the victim witness person. So why don't I hear you, Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin? I'll hear you on this motion.
Yes, Your Honor. So the reason for this motion is, as the court noted, they appear on the defendant's witness list. Neither of them, I believe, has received a summons in regard to it. So there's no motion to quash because there's no summons to quash. But with respect to each, as the case law is abundantly clear, in order for these witnesses from a prosecution team to be subject to being called as witnesses by the defense, the Commonwealth is just seeking some sort of proffer whatsoever as to what areas they can testify and only they can testify to. So if it's information that the defendant can elicit either through direct testimony or cross-examination from and I would submit whatever I would believe that whatever testimony they seek from either of these witnesses, they could get ample testimony from a multitude of other witnesses. Specifically, the only point that was raised at sidebar during impanelment was with reference to the district attorney testifying as to whatever issues, purported issues of conflict or removal of the Canton Police Department from the investigation. Certainly those are questions I think far more appropriate for members of both the Canton Police Department, members of the State Police CPAC Detective Unit. The head of that unit, Lieutenant Tully, is one of the Commonwealth's witnesses who will be testifying, and I think he's in a far better position to testify to that than Mr. Morrissey. But regardless of that, what the case law is very clear about is that, number one, the victim witness advocate is a part of the prosecution team, and in these sort of areas stands in sort of the same stead as a prosecutor himself. Secondly, with respect to whatever areas of examination are expected or anticipated from these two witnesses, there has to be some sort of proffer of what that anticipated testimony would be that they can't get from some other witness. Certainly, Mr. Nelson has been the victim witness advocate working on this case.
So why don't you explain to me, I did look at the victim's Bill of Rights, but why don't you explain to me exactly what a victim witness advocate does, the nature of the relationship with the victim's family? I know there was a lot of discussion about this in grand jury minutes that I read about scheduling appointments, meeting with people, things of that nature.
So, I mean, what to say assist, I think is doing it somewhat of a disservice as far as the prosecution. It's someone who works directly with the prosecutor on virtually every step of the case, as far as investigation, as far as pending motions, as far as trial.
Has Mr. Nelson been the advocate throughout the pendency of this case?
Yes, Your Honor. So for over 2 years, has been the point of contact with the family, has been with the family at each of the court dates, is assistant and very helpful as far as coordinating things with the family, coordinating meetings, scheduling meetings with witnesses in preparation of grand jury, in preparation of trial, has communicated thoroughly with regard to issues of scheduling and all of those types of things.
Does he take calls like late at night from witnesses? Does he have a personal relationship with witnesses governed by a professional relationship? Is he somebody that they are able to call? There's been a lot of allegations of harassment of witnesses. Are those folks able to call him when something like that happens?
That is the person that they would call.
Okay.
Yes. So I think the bulk of the communications, the conversations with witnesses who are not members of Mr. O'Keefe's family over the course of the last couple of years have been in relation to that issue specifically, as far as harassment, threats, intimidation, things of that nature, that he's dealt with admirably in relation to those witnesses.
Okay. All right. Who's arguing this for the defense?
I will, Your Honor, and I think it makes sense to separate out DA Morrissey and victim witness advocate Steve Nelson in
Okay.
this
Let's
argument.
start with Mr. Nelson.
Sure. Your Honor, the defense acknowledges that there are often times where, let's say, a victim witness advocate sits in on an interview with a witness or an alleged victim, but there are other witnesses in the room to whom or who could testify about the content of that, and that doesn't necessarily make it proper to call a victim witness advocate during a trial. I acknowledge that. I also acknowledge that the victim witness advocate has a job to do, and it puts them as sort of an intermediary between the prosecutors and the police and alleged victims.
So when you were a prosecutor, you worked very closely with victim witness advocates.
I did.
Okay.
Yes, and it's my experience being on the other side that informs my knowledge of that. But this is a different case with regard to one specific issue, and that is that we learned as a result of the federal materials that victim witness advocate Steve Nelson had conversations with Brian Higgins and we believe Brian Albert, but Brian Higgins talked about him specifically. Mr. Higgins was asked,
Oh, shit.
where is his cell phone? Why does he not have it? Are you aware of the preservation order that was issued by Judge Krupp in the Karen Reed case? And the answer came back that he was given permission to destroy or dispose of his cell phone from victim witness advocate Steve Nelson.
Did he say destroy? I'm trying to remember the
Well,
testimony. I don't think he said destroy.
I used the disjunctive rather than the conjunctive because from memory, I can't remember the precise language, but it was conveyed
Nelson.
to. I'm told that the precise language was to get rid of, which would be consistent with what I had
Told
said.
he could get rid of, not
Correct.
told he must get rid of.
Correct. In other words, Steve Nelson is overruling a colleague of yours, your predecessor on this case, who issued a preservation order which was never lifted. And yet he stepped into the case, gave authorization that he did not have to give for the disposal of a phone, which is relevant.
Okay, is that the sole issue you want to?
Yes.
The sole issue?
Yes, that's with regard to Mr. Nelson. It's different with regard to Mr.
All right,
Morris.
what's the Commonwealth's response to that?
Accurate. So what counsel is referring to is there was a motion to preserve cell phones. The Commonwealth notified each of the witnesses that were subject to the motions and the orders, sent copies of the motions and the orders, as well as a letter explaining that. There were conversations in regard to that. There was then a subsequent Rule 17 motion filed specifically for the physical phones. There were conversations with those specific witnesses, just advising them that the Rule 17 motion had been filed. They had to hold on to their phones, things of that nature, explaining what the process was. The hearing was conducted, the Rule 17 motion was denied, and then those witnesses were subsequently informed that the motion had been denied. I believe even from Mr. Higgins' testimony in the federal grand jury the counsel is referring to, he was specifically asked whether or not he had been ever advised by Mr. Nelson, myself, or anyone from our office that he could or should get rid of his phone, and he said no. So I don't know what further needs to be explored on that particular point, as the question was, all of these issues were explored in that particular area, and just because counsel, I think, may not like the answer or doesn't believe that the answer is truthful or whatever, that does not then permit bringing in this witness to testify to what they know is not true.
All right, so Ms. Giannetti?
We believe that that's a misstatement of what was testified to. I think it probably makes sense for this court to look at his very testimony so that you can make a decision on this, Your Honor.
Right.
So here's what I'm going to do.
What did he say under oath?
Let's wait and see how Mr. Higgins testifies. Okay, I am not going to order sequestration of Mr. Nelson, and let's see how the testimony is. And if you need to call him, you let me know, and we'll have another hearing on it.
Okay, we'll do it. And just to answer an anticipated question from the court, I do not open on this issue.
You
either.
cannot open on that issue, Ms. Giannetti. Do you still need the 45 minutes?
That takes away nothing from my open.
Yeah, lady, we got this. Don't worry. I mean, this is what we want,
so
but
Jim,
when it
I'll
comes
start
down to
writing.
a cross-examination, we're going to destroy everybody. So we're
Your
good.
Honor, with regard to the sequestration, I think it would be appropriate for the court to order that Mr. Nelson and Mr. Higgins not discuss this issue from here forward.
Are you willing to have that happen, Mr. Lally?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'd order it, but he's willing to do it.
Thank
so.
you.
All right, so I just need a minute to write this up.
Sure.
Yeah, they're like, opening statements? Sure, whatever. All we got to do in opening statements is explain how faulty this investigation was. We're good with that. All the other stuff we'll address during cross-examination. I mean, I feel bad for this dude, man. I really do. I mean, Karen Reed is likely going to be exonerated from all this, but he's not going to get his brother back. And at the end of the day, he lost his brother and may not even get justice for losing his brother.
So regarding DA Morrissey.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, the integrity of the investigation that was done in this case is certainly a live and important issue that is part of the defense in this case. I think the court would agree that we're entitled to question the integrity of the investigation, to attack it where we can. And it goes without saying that as the district attorney in Norfolk County, Michael Morrissey is in charge of that investigation. Now, in the usual case, that doesn't necessarily make a district attorney a witness. That would be unusual. There probably have been very few requests to have a district attorney testify in that regard. However, this case is different for two reasons. One is the conflict of interest regarding the Canton Police Department, which Mr. Morrissey was involved in. The second is the manner in which he injected himself into this case.
There you go.
And made representations that we should be allowed to challenge.
Do you want to play that video?
We haven't made that decision yet. It may be that we elect
Play
to
the video.
play portions of the video. It may be that we just elect to question DA Morrissey.
I have to think of other ways, right? That's part of the analysis that I have to follow in the law. So that's why I'm asking.
Of course. And I think before we get to that issue, Your Honor, the conflict issue is what puts him on the stand first. And we learned from the federal materials that former Chief Kenneth Berkowitz notified DA Morrissey at a very, very early juncture at 8:30 a.m. A phone call from Chief Berkowitz to DA Morrissey notified him that Kevin Albert is on their force. He's the brother of the homeowner whose lawn contained the lifeless body of John O'Keefe, and that DA Morrissey was involved in that decision. He received the information from former Chief Berkowitz and concurred that the Canton police were conflicted out. And then the problem is that the Canton police they had their hands in this investigation, including that day after 8:30 a.m. and going forward. And there were, updates that were provided to Kevin Albert by a trooper under DA Morrissey's control, that, there were violations of that sort of conflict of interest taking Canton out of the case that DA Morrissey became aware of and that DA Morrissey did nothing about. And so in terms of, us being able to, attack, question the integrity of the investigation.
Why can't you do it through other witnesses?
We can, but the buck stops with District Attorney Michael Morrissey. He was the one that was involved at a very early juncture on this precise issue of the conflict. And he became aware that that conflict was violated time and time and time again, and he did nothing. And I believe that that's ripe for cross-examination. And, with regard to his statement to the press, this may even be more compelling, not because of the bias necessarily that he showed. That's not the strongest part. I think it is strong, but it's not the strongest part of his statement. His statement makes factual assertions, some of which we heard for the first time. In that videotape statement, he announced to everyone, including potential jurors, that Trooper Proctor never reported to the scene on January 29th. That's in direct conflict to police reports that we received from the troopers saying that they reported to the scene. And we would argue, trying to use semantics to get out of that, and now saying that for the first time in my career, I've heard that the crime scene is actually the police station that's across town. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't pass the straight face test, but those are his own words. And he made himself a witness by uttering those words. And he also talked about his view of what witnesses did or didn't do and whether they're suspects or not suspects. Again, he injected himself into this case. He made himself a witness, and there's really nobody else we can question about his knowledge that he had when he made those statements and why he made those statements, and also the fact that, you know, he was involved in this conflict decision from the beginning. So that's our offer of proof.
Mr. Lally?
I mean, as far as his statements, his opinions are completely irrelevant. And I think what counsel is referring to as proffer for cross-examination, they might be. But this would be a witness that they're calling themselves. So for direct examination of your own witness, I think it's improper, number one. Number two, there is ample other avenues to explore this through other witnesses, which counsel can certainly do, you know, as related to whatever.
As the law tells me I have to consider.
Correct. And so, you know, as it pertains to whatever extent the court allows as far as the Bowden defense is concerned, then I think it's fertile ground for cross-examination of other witnesses in respect to that. But as to whatever statements were made or not made by something that someone doesn't have recipient knowledge of, because I don't think anybody's saying that Mr. Morrissey was at 34 Fairview Road. So with all of those things in consideration, I don't think that it's even close to a valid proffer as to why the district attorney or Mr. Nelson need to testify on their own. As to any of those things. The last thing I would just note is with respect to Mr. Nelson, the alleged mischaracterization that I made in regard to Mr. Higgins' testimony is actually contained on page 140 of his testimony.
140.
140.
Could you read it? Do you have it there? If you don't have it there.
It's more so I don't know that I'm
okay.
To.
This is a fucking sham.
If I could just add one thing that I should have mentioned, which is on this issue of whether there's another witness that could testify.
Yes, because you did say, yes, we can get it in through other witnesses.
Yes, except the one thing we can't get in through other witnesses, potentially, is the phone call from Chief Berkowitz to DA Morrissey, where, as I'm understanding it, there were only two people on that call, and the Commonwealth is seeking to take Chief Berkowitz off the witness stand as well.
I didn't see anything like that.
No, I'm not seeking to keep him off the witness stand. What I informed counsel is as to his current medical condition, and informed counsel that's why I didn't summons him. But I'm not seeking
I knew nothing about this.
Prohibit him from testifying.
My understanding was that the prosecution didn't believe that he would be able to testify.
This is the first time hearing any of that. All right. So it is a
Better
stretch.
put
It
Berkowitz
is
on
an
the
uphill
stand.
battle for you,
Better put
Mr.
Berkowitz on
Yannetti.
the
I will allow you to revisit the ADA Morrissey at the close of the Commonwealth's case. Right now, your offer of proof is not enough. I'll give you the opportunity to do it again based on the testimony that comes in, and I am not excusing him, or he is not subject to the sequestration order.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, Jim, I'll write something short on that. I've written the part about Mr. Nelson that I'll give you afterwards.
Great, thank you.
All right. So, when we had our motion in limine hearing, I think we went much of the day that Friday. I don't remember if it was last Friday or the Friday before. I ended that with saying twice, is there anything else we need to discuss regarding housekeeping or logistics? And I was told no by both parties. And then I get a motion the following April 19th, the end of last week, about wanting to use not just having an a technology audio visual assistant at council table, but to use, it's much more extensive than what I expected. The Commonwealth filed their motion and it was allowed previously because it happens in every single case in
And
these
because you're
courtrooms.
Bev.
And the Commonwealth shares their equipment. Please tell me exactly what it is you want to do. And I'm mindful also of the fact that during impanelment, while we were actively on trial in this case, and
Oh,
a
I would
critical
count
part
on
of the
it.
case, your audiovisual person, who I had never seen, was sitting where you are, Mr. Yannetti, talking to your client. So it sounds like he's taking liberties in this courtroom, and I need to know exactly what you need him for and what it is you intend to do.
Wow.
Keeping in mind also that we're going to be now in a much smaller courtroom. So tell me, are there any agreements of counsel? Is there any, I know nothing about this, and I asked for information previously so I could have thought about it and, you know, seen a demonstration or heard something. What is it you're asking me to allow?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's very modest. We did mention that we were going to ask for this.
But you didn't
accommodation.
do it in writing and you didn't give me specifics.
Your Honor, we asked you and you then said, put it in writing. Then we put it in writing. And we
But
did
the first
exactly-
time it was brought up was after I had asked about logistics. Go ahead, tell me exactly what it is you want to do.
Okay, so it's a very modest request. Under ordinary circumstances, and we've utilized his services before, he would sit at counsel table and he would run sort of the AV to make it seamless and smooth for everybody, for the jurors, for the court reporter, for opposing counsel. He can put monitors at the request of the court, put monitors on the bench, a monitor in front of the court reporter, a monitor in front of the Commonwealth, and a monitor here, all small, relatively inobtrusive monitors. He also can run the system of AV, in other words, putting up evidence. I'm looking at evidence binders that Mr. Lally and I are going to be visiting about through the day today and tomorrow. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of photographs in here, multimedia, that's going to need to be played and shown throughout the course of the trial. Instead of walking back and forth and doing it sort of
No, and that's what we do every day in this courtroom.
right, and that's what he does every day in courtrooms as well. I mean, we're asking for is an accommodation exactly like the Commonwealth has. It's just easier for us if I'm up on a cross-examination or Mr. Yannetti is up on a cross-examination, and we say, okay, if let's say we've got internal bait stamps that show photograph number 231, he'll know what photograph number 231 is. He'll have an outline that tracks our cross-examination or a direct examination.
So it will be only things that are in evidence or will be coming into evidence. You're not going to do that with disputed?
Absolutely not. We would never do that. If there's anything that's disputed or even remotely controversial, my habit and practice is to ask to approach the bench. We all walk up. I say, this is what I'm proposing to show the jury, and the court rules on it. No, all it is just a sort of a facile accommodation of seamlessly showing multimedia or playing an audio or playing a video for the jurors.
All right, what's the Commonwealth's position on this?
Your Honor, given that representation, I mean, that's precisely what we do in every case in which we have either Ms. Gilman or Ms. Crawford or whoever assisting with the trial. If that's what it's limited to, I don't know. About the additional monitors or things of that nature, whether or not, especially if we're going to be in courtroom 25, whether that's really necessary. But certainly whatever logistically we have as far as equipment or screens or whatever is obviously fully, we would fully make accessible to defense counsel as well, as we do in every case.
All right, so in Suffolk County, there are monitors. The audiovisual equipment is fantastic. There are the jury seats. They're for everybody to see. There's even a way if something is an objected to motion, it can just be seen on the lawyer's screen and the judges. So the bottom line is, if we had known about this 2 months ago, we would have been able to really put the time into seeing exactly how this works. Ms. Tinetti, I'd like to finish first, and I'll give you the opportunity to speak to Mr. Jackson, to really see how this works, see how we set it up. I can't devote that time to it right now. I don't no monitors, no, I don't want a monitor. I'm not allowing, or Madam Court Reporter is fine. We're in that very small courtroom now at your request. So we don't need monitors on the tables. I don't have the time to physically go see how this all looks. Ms. Gilman's here. Perhaps she can speak with your audio visual person, and then you can all make a presentation to me. But again, this, months ago would have been much better.
Well, I understand the court's concern. This is extremely modest, and it's not going to take a whole lot of presentation. If the court doesn't want to monitor, the court says, I don't want to monitor.
I don't know if I want monitors on those tables so close to the jury.
That's fine. Then the court can say, I don't want monitors that close to the jury. Then what I would do is just use paper copies. When I'm up on direct or cross-examination, I don't want to I can't prepare with the Commonwealth's.
No, I understand that. I don't think he'll fit at counsel table.
I can't speak to that. I think he would.
Yeah,
Or if he doesn't fit right at counsel table, we've also set up, he was on a relatively large case that we had in a small courtroom back in California, and he set up just behind counsel table, and he's got his own laptop and nobody else can see it. And he's got a type of screen that you can't see it from angles. So jurors are not going to be seeing anything, but I need to be able to, and Ms. Little and Mr. Giannetti need to be able to prepare with him. And I think the court.
No, I understand that. I don't have a problem with that. It's the 4 monitors on the tables, one on the bench, one for the court. We're in a small room.
We won't do that.
And I'm concerned about the
Sounds like an easy
amplifying
fix.
sound. I mean, is it like movie theater sound? I mean, it's again a tiny room at your request.
He uses very modest speakers that are appropriate for the space. So for instance, in this space, it would be probably a couple of speakers that are larger so that the jurors can hear, the court can
what
hear.
headphones are
in
for.
a small space, he'll just pare it down and use small speakers. And there's a switch. So for instance, he will work with Commonwealth's AV expert, and there's a switch on both tables. When it's my turn, switch, and now.
All right, so is that switch, are you putting wires? I mean, these are all the things that I shouldn't be dealing with. I mean, we just got Wi-Fi in this building a week ago. I mean, it's not a building that,
I understand.
we can just last minute. It's a beautiful old historic building. We want to keep it that way. So.
And we will not mess anything up. As a matter of fact, I was told that by the Commonwealth that she uses switches, consistently. That's not new technology. It's very simple. It just allows both of us to be able to prepare with the audio-visual portion of the case more seamlessly. That's all. We just want to make it more seamless and more professional for the court and for the jurors.
So it would be during your case in chief.
It would be during my cross-examination of every one of the witnesses. I mean, the bulk of the case is going to be the Commonwealth's case in chief.
Right.
All right, with exhibits that are already into evidence, you're not trying to enter exhibits during cross-examination?
I mean, unless it's an impeachment that I didn't see coming. But even in that case, my habit and practice, my custom and practice would be to approach, if it's a matter in controversy, or tell the Commonwealth in advance, I'm about to show this photograph. Do you have any issue with it? No, I don't. And then we'll show it. But I would never, the point of it is not to ambush anybody. It's just to make what is going to be shown and what's allowed to be shown seamless and more professional looking.
Does the Commonwealth and Ms. Gilman have an opportunity to spend a little time today to take a look at it and see? I mean, everybody's preparing for trial, obviously. Again, this is, I don't have the time to do it, and I understand if you don't, but.
I think Ms. Gilman can spend some time. She actually had made arrangements to meet Mr. Bates here last Friday, and he didn't appear when we were told he was going to be here. So, but I'm happy to have Ms. Gilman.
Ms. Gilman, are you willing to spend some time today? Thank you.
By the way, just on Mr. Bates's defense, yes, he was supposed to come last Friday. He was told he couldn't come because he hadn't gotten permission from this court yet.
Okay.
We did not.
Well, that makes sense, frankly.
I just don't want there to be a sort of a hanging chad where that's concerned. He didn't leave.
Well,
out-
especially where he didn't start out well, right? Being at council table during impanelment.
I understand that. And he's been told that that was inappropriate and obviously would never happen again.
All right, so some sort of ground rules. Only one counsel, whoever's doing the cross-examination of the witness, objects. Just one, not all of you. It's not a tag team. So one person objects. If you want to approach the witness, you must ask permission. At sidebar, there will only be one person talking again, and it'll follow with whoever does the examination. Many times I allow counsel to discuss things, and many times I call directly on maybe appellate counsel or counsel who's been the big law person. So you can ask me for permission for that, and no basis for your objection. You just simply object. That's it. And if we need to see you at sidebar, we'll see you at sidebar. But I don't want a whole litany of reasons why the testimony you think is inadmissible. So those are pretty standard rules. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar regarding a jury issue.
Regarding a jury issue. Uh-oh. Remember, the jury hasn't been sworn in. So he's probably not, but still. Yeah, so man, what about this? This is madness. But I mean, again, we're talking about Jackson and Yannetti. I mean, these guys know what they're doing, you know? They know what they're doing. So they're probably prepared. I mean, if they have to be seeing what we're seeing, so they have to be taking into consideration these curveballs that Judge Bev is going to throw. I have to have faith in that. These are really good lawyers. So I would assume that that's what they're doing. But you guys in the chat are killing me. You guys are fantastic. I absolutely love you guys. Yeah, they're clearly it's in her demeanor. It's in her voice. She can't even hide her emotional bias towards the defense. It's crazy. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. You know what I mean? But it sure seems like it. And I want to be fair, but so far, Judge Bev has been shit in the bed this whole time. Welcome, Bobby Swain. And while we wait, no, I'm not going to do it. Let's. Thank you for the super chat. No super chat dance right now because I don't want to miss anything here. The one-sided interruptions, condescending reprimands, unnecessary sighing, overwhelming denials is so unprofessional. Thanks for the great coverage. You're welcome. Thank you, Jay-Z. Appreciate you. And it's nice to meet you. My name is Ho. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, this is ridiculous. She's clearly emotional. Like, she's clearly showing a clearly dislike for the defense, is what it seems like to me. I mean, this is crazy. But the thing is yeah, there are motions filed. We have to keep in mind that there's going to be motions filed by either the prosecution or the defense, but it would be naive to think that the defense isn't going to be prepared for their motions being denied or Commonwealth's motions being, being approved. I mean, so there's certain things that I'm hearing where they are saying no objection, and the defense, I mean, and I'm like, what? But all that makes me think is these guys know what they're doing, you know. Karen Reed's defense team know what they're doing, and they're probably prepared for these things already. So there's no reason to panic. And I mean, again, it all boils down to, and I've been saying this since I started covering this, it all boils down to reasonable doubt. And this case is riddled with it, riddled with it. So that's probably a big reason as to why they're not objecting to certain things. I would assume so, because it's just going to be very easy to pick apart some of these witnesses. I was wrong. I think that there's every intention of putting John's niece on the stand. I think there's every intention to do that, clearly. As we heard earlier, Higgins is definitely going to take the stand. Michael Proctor has to take the stand. Miss Little was absolutely, she was very articulate in the way that she explained why Proctor needs to take the stand. And it's very simple. He's the lead investigator. He should be subject to any questions in cross-examination in regards to him being under investigation by internal affairs. He should absolutely be subject to cross-examination, and that should be allowed, bringing up the fact that he is under internal affairs investigation by the Massachusetts State Police, his superiors, directly, because he's being questioned in regards to this case. So anything should be relevant in regards to this case, and any question should be allowed in regards to this case. And the points of his investigation, and any suspicion that he conducted a faulty investigation. That's the entire basis of this case right here. That's where all the doubt lies, is how Proctor conducted this investigation. That's where all the doubt is. So you can't dismiss or rule against any questions that the defense is going to cross-examine him with. That's in regards to how he conducted this investigation. It's the bulk of the case. It's any case. So why would the Commonwealth want to block any questions from the defense in cross-examination unless they're trying to hide something, unless they knew that that the investigation was faulty? So I mean, this is just crazy, and I feel so bad. I'm glad Boston Globe is showing all of these people, because I feel so bad for all of them. None of those people should be going through what they're going through right now. I mean, this is unreal. And Judge Bev is killing me, dude, with her breathing into the mic. Why hasn't somebody told her about that yet? Like, I'm trying to listen to even Lolly, much less Jackson and Yannetti, and all I hear is it's awful, with periodic little, hissy fits. It's crazy. This is the craziest shit I've ever seen. Yeah, that's what's crazy. Like, I keep seeing that. Whenever I talk about stuff like this, somebody is like, welcome to Massachusetts. Like, this is just a regular fucking thing there, dude. I mean, if this case doesn't change things in Massachusetts, man, like, Clearly, things need to change there, specifically in Norfolk County, specifically in Canton. This is the wildest shit ever. See, I can't believe that. Not with all of these eyes on. I can't believe that it'll never change. Not with all these eyes on this case. Yeah, things have to change there for sure. Like after this and after everything that we're seeing, and I can't wait to listen to the Seriously podcast that Annie just dropped about the Sandra Birchmore case. It's a follow up, and I believe that she's going to cover the connection between this case and the Sandra Birchmore case. And Annie is a really good friend of mine that I'm very proud to call a friend because we developed our friendship talking about another case that I'm not going to get into right now, but we developed a friendship under the basis that we both felt very, very strongly about it. And I can tell you that Annie genuinely feels passion for the cases that she talks about. Chrissy B, member for 14 months. Wow, thank you. I appreciate so much that you are covering this. This is the craziest shit I've ever seen. I agree. Craziest shit I've ever seen, too. I mean, we knew it would be, you know. We knew it would be, didn't we? Who is Annie? Annie is Annie Elise. She has a YouTube channel called 10 to Life. And she also has a podcast, a true crime podcast called Serialously. And I think I mean, I know when she first launched the podcast, it was like in the top 5, if not number 1 for a minute there. Oh, dude, it's number 1, folks. Oh, no, it's not. That's yeah, no, it's not number 1. But yeah, I misread there. I wonder what this issue with the jury is, man. Like, they're taking quite a while there trying to figure this out. All right, I guess they're coming back in now.
Will begin Monday morning at 10 o'clock. So we'll see everybody then.
All right, so opening statements 10 a.m. Monday, folks.
Jim, there's one that I'm writing. You know what, Paul?
All right, I think that's it, folks. I'm gonna leave it up in case Boston 10 runs a hot mic, which I don't think they will, but yeah, I think that's it. But we'll leave it on for just a minute here. I want to thank everybody for watching this here, man. Means a lot to me. It really, really does. You guys are great. I really, really do appreciate it. And make sure to hit the like if you can. I don't know why you couldn't, but I would appreciate it. All right, let's check in with Tom, see how that's going.
It's like breaking and entering.
Oh, you like that camera in my face?
Oh, Dawn B gifted 5 memberships. Let's see what we got here. Sue 42, B Legend, Colleen F, Ruth, Vixie Blaze. All right, appreciate you. Thank you so much, and congrats, guys. Thank you, Dawn B. You are incredible. You are amazing.
Here he is. Probably not. Tom blowing up while we were in there.
Thank you.
Yep.
Tom was nice to me yesterday.
How you doing today, bud?
I'm doing better. That was not, I was
know,
so
that
mad
was-
yesterday.
I believe. Listen, I don't blame you, but that was wrong. That was wrong, Grant.
Okay.
We.
You see what I'm talking about Tom's integrity? You see what I'm talking about? He even mutes it. Like he knows he could get, muddy
Here we go,
content.
guys.
And he muted it because he had respect for Grant, even though
Bow
he
jumped
doesn't
into
agree with
Chris's car.
anybody here, and he's been spreading
Because he wanted
lies.
to. No. He jumped in Chrissy's car. She's gonna be mad.
I mean, Grant's been writing just lies and tweeting lies, and Tom's just a classy guy. Like, that's called patriotism right there. Grant has just as much a right to be out there as anybody else.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Amy Beth, thank you so much. I guess the dance is worth it, I guess. I hope so. But yeah, you got it.
Left. He's in the back of his car.
Oh, my camera's in there.
Right there. Got him over there?
Oh yeah, they're on it. Breaking and entering.
What about my buddy there in the red sweatshirt?
Did you tell the cops that he broke into the car?
Yeah, what they say?
There was
They kick him out?
No, we would go out anyway.
Okay.
No, I didn't know. No, I should. The cops questioned Bob because he went in your car.
He went in my car?
He sat in the back seat. When me and Tom were in there.
You were in the car?
Me and Tom were, and then
We're
he
sitting
sat
the
in it
front
for a
seat,
minute.
And he come over and said, "What are you guys doing?" We didn't say a word. We ignored him. And he went over, opened the door, jumped right in the back, and shut the door. I got out, went to the cop, and said, "This guy just broke into the car."
And I said he
took him
didn't
out.
break it. I said, but and he let him go.
Breaking and entering when you went to someone else's property.
I said I didn't
Whether
say
an intent is not. So do I. So did she.
And you didn't roll up the window,
They
Tom.
kicked him out. They kicked him out.
You protected Chrissy's car.
Check. It's all set.
He came up to me a few times and would just like start talking. And he was like, "Want to go to lunch?"
So he was kind of annoyance, like you were in the beginning, but you've been good for the past 2 days.
Well, my point was that he was like, "You want to go to lunch?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "I'm going to film it." And I was like, "I don't want that. I would like to just go to lunch and just talk."
I would not like to.
Yeah, but even you wouldn't go sit in my car. You know that.
I wouldn't sit in anyone's car.
So did you want my question out? Did you want
I've
Did you watch my door?
No, I left him in there. The cops went and got him out. We both jumped out when he got
So
in.
my car, where's my car?
I have the car right here. Key.
And you didn't roll the window, Tom.
No,
but
because
I
he was
told
in it. I didn't want to lock
Scott's
him in it.
Scott's watching your car.
All right.
Scott's watching the
Can I
car.
have my car key?
Yeah,
You didn't put the window up.
I know.
That's why I said,
Dude.
ask Scott if he's gonna go.
What made you think it was okay to just go sit in my car?
You didn't want me to do that?
No, of course I didn't want you to do that.
My
I
bad.
don't know you.
I didn't even know it was your car. I thought it was Linda's car.
So
No.
No,
So you
that's a lie.
So I apologize.
I said it's
Still not
Chris's
right.
car.
When we're not all perfect, right? I made a mistake.
He hopped into
I
Tom.
apologize.
If I just went and hit him in the face, it'd be a fucking mistake, right? Enough. It's a lie. It's an absolute lie. I got it on video. It's not a big deal.
He was in the car. He hopped in the back seat while me and Tom. That-
Why would you think that? I don't think I've ever been to a more.
It's a very nice ribbon reader.
Video's I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. You're gonna know.
Everyone needs medication here. We all at the same
I'm
time.
just teasing. Hey, I'm teasing.
I know.
It's
We're all
just
we're,
something
we're
I'm
all
just
we're all
teasing.
just jumping around, right?
I'm just
I
teasing.
know. I'm kidding.
I'll get in your way again.
I think it's like
Hey, make sure to give Tom a like.
corral. We're able to
Where mine came
stand here.
from, Steve
You know,
Nelson. Steve Nelson is the source of mine.
nice energy, good energy.
No, he's
No.
in there. He's a bad man.
Okay.
Make sure to give Tom a like, guys. I just dropped the link in the chat, so make sure to give him a like, please.
She's a caller. I know, but she lives in his head.
No, she
you said it. You said
You said
we were talking about something
I
about
think
more.
the problem is some people might be over medicated.
That may be it. I'm not medicated. I'm not.
Yeah, but he's thinking about her right now. He's around all these beautiful women. And he's thinking about her.
See, I got the cam. I don't have him on film. I'm not filming him. I'm not. I'm looking at the crowd. Let me get it.
Who's she talking about?
I got you, bud. I am. I'm just getting a little shot like I do every day.
Everybody's watching out for Tom. Like, don't go to jail,
He
Tom.
does it, and I do. I just want to get everybody out here.
And every day he tells you to play by the rules.
I play by the rules.
Stand up for yourself, Tom.
I did, my friend.
Tell them to stop pushing you back. I heard how mad you were yesterday when they tried to push you back some more.
Oh, God.
Now you're fucking 200 feet back.
Yay!
Good job, guys.
Good job, guys.
What do you think, Larry?
This is.
Jeff, you're good. Okay, you're good.
Oh, yeah, right here.
Finally going to trial? Watch your back, watch your back, watch your back.
How are you feeling about Monday?
Blood alcohol evidence.
I'm very happy. Very happy. A lot will be revealed.
Ellen's the blood alcohol.
There we go.
Set that for you.
No, not at all.
See what I mean?
Issue that we knew we were going to be dealing with, but it's not a separate act.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Boom.
Good job today, guys.
He just confirmed exactly what I said. Not an issue. It's something we anticipated. We're good. We're good. They're very happy with what happened today. That's good enough for me.
Nathan, how you doing, bud? Good to see you.
Thank you for coming.
No, my pleasure.
That's Karen's brother that Tom's talking to, Nathan Reed. We saw him in the courtroom. That's him right there. That's Karen's mom.
Do you think your daughter will get a fair trial, Mr. Reed?
I absolutely do. You've been living on this planet for the last 27, 28 months. It's difficult to not be aware of what has happened here.
Right.
My daughter is factually innocent.
Boom.
Being frank. Have a good day.
Thank
you.
Woo!
Levy, sir?
No, I do not.
Can I get your first name again? Bill.
Tom CPU got it right there. My daughter is factually innocent.
All right, guys. There you go.
If you've been living on this planet for the
Thank you
past
very much.
27, 28 months.
One for Mr. Reed or
Yeah.
Nathan or
Beautiful. I showed him my tie this morning and he loved it.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Well, he's got his own now.
Guys, thank you so much for the tie.
Oh, you're
Really,
welcome.
so awesome.
You're welcome.
All right,
All right.
All right. It was nice seeing you.
Nice seeing you. Have a great day, my dear.
Monday.
Yep. So is it what you thought it would be like today? Like the whole thing?
I mean, I love being in there.
Yeah.
I love watching Janexa and Yeti.
Aren't they something?
Yeti in person.
Yep.
I kind of like watching the stream so I can see their faces, but Canodi's
Yeah, it's Tennessee.
Yep.
she's like trying to
Just outside of
deny
Nashville.
everything.
And it's not the Proudfoot case. It is the Sebastian Rogers case. The Proudfoots are irrelevant as far as the law goes.
You got him
as
out?
far as the search goes.
What exactly happened?
Sebastian
'Cause when I
Rogers
went
is
to
still
talk to
missing.
another person,
There
the
is
blonde-
no
one
evidence
blonde
of
woman
foul play.
said that he
And so the Proudfoot
got permission
thing
to go
is
in the
absolutely
No, it's not
irrelevant.
absolutely not
So
true. I
who's
have it
that?
on. I have it on
When it
video.
comes to finding
So what
the
happened was
child,
me and the other lady was sitting in the front seat,
and his name is
listening to the
Sebastian
radio.
Rogers, and that's
The
the only
lady who
name that
talked
should
to
be
you.
out there.
Where is she?
Chrissy talked to him. No.
Who's the other lady? Who's the other lady I was sitting with? Chrissy's girlfriend.
Yeah, I know. She's
What's her name?
Yeah, I don't.
Yes. The missing boy's name, he's 15 years old. His name is Sebastian Rogers. He is still missing. There's no evidence of foul play via the law enforcement agencies that are pulling their sources together, their resources together to find him. And all of the things that you hear about the Proudfoots, about Seth Rogers, his father, none of those names matter when it comes to Sebastian Rogers' case. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what anybody thinks. If law enforcement is saying that there is no evidence of foul play, these people are victims and they should be left alone in peace. And the focus should only be on Sebastian Rogers and keeping his name and his face out there. Because if you're focused on the Proudfoots, you're focused on making them look suspicious, you are applying an implication that that young man is no longer with us. And that is extremely dangerous. That is an extremely dangerous narrative when it comes to a missing child. Period. Full stop. So, yeah. I do not give a shit about the personal lives of these people, considering the fact that they have not been named suspects or people of interest in any way, shape, or form. I don't give a shit about their demeanor. I don't give a shit about their everyday habits. I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. All I care about is that Sebastian Rogers is found. And talking about these people's personal lives does not do anything to find Sebastian Rogers. And the lame excuse that, oh, we're keeping his name out there. No, you're keeping his name out there with the implication that he is no longer with us. And that is a dangerous, dangerous narrative. As far as I'm concerned, that boy is out there scared and he needs help. Yeah, all tragic.
I did not talk to this gentleman in any way, shape, manner, or form. I got a proof of it.
If he didn't talk to you, why did you get?
Oh, you talked to Lindy's.
What's going on now? What the shit now? Yeah, Tom's got it muted, so I don't know what's going on. What's up, Nick Rocco? Y'all give it up for Nick Rocco, man. Nick Rocco's out there, and he organizes a lot of these protests, man. He's an intricate, and he's the Facebook group that they have, which I forget the name of it. Please forgive me. Nick Rocco, please share the Facebook group in the chat. As a matter of fact, you know what I'm going to do? Here. All right. So Nick Rocco, you have well, great. I'm glad you stick to the fundraising. Right on. Thanks for clearing that up. But you now have a wrench, so you have the ability in my chat to drop links. If there's anything you want to fundraise.
I know of you, but I do not trust you. Came out of my mouth on your live feed. I know you, but I don't trust you. You live recorded that 4 weeks ago when I spoke to you, right? Yeah. When I
Oh,
said,
that's this
I do not
asshole.
trust you. Did I not? Yeah, but so why would you go on my bed?
I didn't know that was your
When I'm not
vehicle.
even-
Liar.
I thought it was Linda's vehicle.
Liar.
That's this asshole. I forget his channel. I don't give a shit. Don't say his channel name in the chat, please. He's just
Tell him about my
clout
warrant.
chasing piece of shit.
Tell him about my warrant, man.
No. He ain't homeless now. He's gonna have a nice warm bed.
No, you won't. Won't do a fucking thing. All right? You're an old woman that won't do fuck all. Take me and beat your ass.
See? So you think one of the rides
Take me and beat your ass.
That's what I do.
Should I grab your information?
Absolutely.
You're walking around like taking your fucking ass.
Microdonuts. I forget the name of that guy, and I don't really care what it is, but he's out there starting shit. He's a cloud chaser. It's not Donatalia, it's some other guy. Guys, get your popcorn, man. Donate to Karen Reed's Defense Fund and get some popcorn.
I don't see her. No, I'm looking for her. I don't see her out here in the crowd.
Trying to get her ID if possible.
Yeah.
If not,
No.
I can just put you two in the report.
Yeah. This is got to stop. You guys got to do something about it because we're not the ones doing anything. If I jumped in your car, if I jumped in the back of the seat of your car, would you be okay with that?
No, I'd get you.
What? He jumped in the
Yeah, I
back
think so,
seat
right?
Of whose car?
However, I don't have any way
Of Karen's
to
car
defend
or
myself, so I had to leave the
Tom's?
vehicle.
Oh, you did this one.
Unfortunately,
You
it
gave
wasn't.
the plate, right? All right, I got her license number, his license number. They have it. Yeah.
I'm sorry. You said sorry, right? And now it's over. You're screaming and raising your voice.
Chrissy Mello's car? Oh, not okay at all. Microdots, it's because he's a douchebag.
You said it to me. Yeah, you was on Tom King yesterday about, oh, I wish I could swear with her. Lady, yeah, you stopped it. Wait a minute. We're not about to stop it.
I mean, does he have a weapon in that backpack that he's going to use to stab us or kill us or something? I don't know, right?
Clara's watching you live now.
You got the wrong person. It wasn't me. The people with love on their heart don't try to get someone else in jail for going into a car. That's what your friends are doing.
It's called breaking and entering.
That's your actions. That's all on you. All on you.
Okay, let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's
Ask for his ID.
Let's not engage.
Be gone then. You said it was over. Be gone. Get out of here, Tom.
See?
I'm just doing an impression of Tom.
Yeah, no,
I'm just doing an impression.
That's what I was saying. So
I thought we were just about the traffic. Just do me a favor and just keep it down. We don't want any issues. Everybody can be here, nice and peaceful.
No,
But
I'm
just
doing
lower
an
the
impression.
You can do all the impressions
I
you
want
want.
him to
Just
stay.
let's just keep the volume low, though, okay? Because it is a nice day. There's a lot of people out. I don't
Did you
wanna
see
disturb
Tom
other
kick
people.
JOR yesterday?
I was.
Did you only see that one angle, though? I don't think you can.
Yeah.
What a shitbag this guy is, dude.
Fucking weirdo. This
guy sucks.
You're so irrelevant. Like, I mean, how are you relevant enough for people to track you? No one cares about you.
I never have and I never will. I don't trust you.
Seems like there's an issue going on.
No, dude, I might be speaking loudly, but that's just to get over
No,
it.
it's no different than you walking
Officer
into my house and
asshole.
sitting on my couch. That's my personal.
What if I went in your car?
And I made a mistake, right? I know you're
No,
mad
it
about it.
No, it's not. It was intentional. Bullshit. Intentional.
Okay, I intentionally did it. I apologize. Like, no, I mean, I don't know what you want to do. I apologize.
Yeah, don't get scared
For
now,
sitting in your
bro.
car.
No.
You were
I'm
bold
sorry.
before.
Nope.
Don't get scared now.
Sitting in my car because if anyone.
What do you want me to say? I go
You
jail?
threatened me by being in the vehicle with
Can I
me.
go to jail?
You threatened me.
Yeah, man, I was trying to talk to, she wasn't even there.
Oh, shit.
No.
I was going to say that too.
All right.
Boundaries, bitch.
Linda, I believe is the name.
You don't even know her name.
And Tom, the guy behind me.
Oh, yeah, no.
They were
Oh,
sitting
yeah.
in-
I come early.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Oh, I hear you. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I get that. Yeah.
Get him, dead him, police.
Oh, yeah, no, I'll be
Get him,
Not
dead
true.
him, PD.
Not true. She don't like him. She's afraid of him. She's afraid of him. That's not true.
You know,
Yeah.
All this stuff is admissible in court, Tom. You got to let it happen. Let the guy talk. Let him talk. Let him give himself rope. All that stuff is admissible in court.
Yeah, Tom was in the front seat. Linda was in the front. They were having a convo about I was meeting my police officers when I got out. I was talking about the break. Not a video. I think when I went over there, she told me she was you know what? You're like looking away. I love it. Look at me. I'm like side eyeing somebody. Yeah. Send it right out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can only fucking imagine.
He's calling me old. Take a look. He needs to take a look at himself.
Speaker's going off.
Yeah, Bowser. I can write it down for you. You have pen and paper? I'll give you my name.
No, how about an ID?
No.
No,
I don't look in the ID.
No.
How come a free man in the land? I don't believe in any of the ID bullshit. Yeah, I don't know if I want to give my date of birth data because that's kind of hearsay. I was
Did he say he didn't want to give his date of birth because it's hearsay?
How do you spell that? Bowser. B-O-W.
This guy's obnoxious, dude.
Yeah, you just call me Bow. B-A-O for sure. Last name Nguyen. Nguyen.
He knows his name. He doesn't know his name.
You're gonna have a report.
Can we just get you here for the report?
Yeah, December 1st, 1982.
You live around here, Basil?
No, I live in Texas.
Texas?
Yeah.
You all the way from Texas?
Yeah, I came for this shit show. I wanted to see how people are gonna act.
You're in Texas.
In a public setting.
Okay, do you need anything more from us?
Nah, I mean, I didn't
Do
really.
you want us to take a phone number so we can get in touch with you?
No, if you have a report, I'll take the report number.
We won't have it until we get back in touch. So I'll be in there tonight.
I'll be here all trial. So if you guys,
So will most of us. So
if you guys see me,
tomorrow in a couple of days.
I'll follow up with you guys when I'm
Take
out
this.
and about.
Why don't we just get out of here? So
I'm taking over for Tom. Tom is talking with the police. Oh, we have another Dedham cop pulling up. This guy went into Chrissy's car without permission. He's causing issues. This guy's a boob.
He's totally a boob.
Everybody wave to Tom's camera. He gave it to me. I don't know what to do. I don't even know what I'm doing with it. I know. Will, when are you coming?
Anybody else will watch this, I'll be like, I didn't say it all far away. Bring Clever.
Yeah, bring.
Oh man, listen to that love.
Here you go.
Will.
Here.
Love you, Will.
Yeah.
What am I doing?
I love you guys
hold it
too.
and talk, Tom. Here, you hold it. I think you can.
But how do I?
Yeah, you just talk.
Yeah, but these guys are talking. Then you can't see me. Okay. All right. Listen. Hey, Will.
We'll let the professional do it.
I'm not a professional. Okay. Here we go. Someone is trying to say
Is that
Tom
Rita?
could get crash. I don't know what that says. But anyways, this is us today. It's a beautiful day here. And we had a little problem over here. I guess we had somebody nice and then he wasn't nice. So,
Sounds like Rita,
you
right?
know, I'll take nice, but not nice. Anyways, okay, so this goes to Tom. Where'd Tom? Oh, Tom's over there.
Bow's usually
Yeah.
pretty chill, but
Yeah.
once in a while you see
The
her.
thing is, Bob, he's pretty, his temper, he has been okay to tolerate him.
Should I shut this
But
off?
I don't trust him to not put an Apple AirTag or a truck in my car.
Yeah, I don't trust him.
I didn't even realize right away that he was in the backseat.
Well, if you put an AirTag in it, your phone would tell you.
I don't have an Apple.
But I'm like, why is
Why haven't I?
Bow sitting there?
Oh.
Somebody else have an Apple phone?
I do.
So I
Well-
drove my daughter's car the other day, and she has an AirTag on her keys, 'cause she
Yeah.
uses them, and my phone was like.
Okay. Yeah. Say hello, everybody. This is Tom's Live. It's good.
You get a gab like Tommy does.
Yes, yes. Oh, Tommy Gab's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how I got this. Hey, say hello, guys.
Very good.
Well,
All right.
guys, how many people are watching this? Hey, young Jack! I love it.
Hey, Mike, I need one of those. And Will, whatever you got.
I want a hat, Will. I want a hat.
Yes.
I love the
And give Clubber some love.
Yes, Clubber.
Clubber. Yeah, we had a little trouble there. All right, who wants to take this?
My baby boy.
Look at this. Someone just handed it off to me.
You love from
She
Boston.
does good at it.
It doesn't.
Everybody loves you, buddy. Everybody loves you.
My baby boy.
No.
All right.
Sharon, though, dude. I gotta scoop my Sharon. Are you gonna let me scoop my Sharon?
You know what I'm saying? That's what he does, Rita, right? So he'll say, that's okay, though. I'm just trying to explain to people.
Thank
So
you,
they,
buddy.
I know they can
Oh,
see the
no.
situation for
Yeah,
what
yeah.
it is, but he's the type of person. Okay, there you go. There you go, Tom. I was trying to explain it thousands of times.
Thank you.
Everyone's welcome out.
Sorry, Rita.
No,
Sorry
no,
about this.
that's okay. No, no, no.
Try to do the right thing. Here. Yeah, jump right in. He's trying to egg us on the whole time, and we wouldn't interact with him. We wouldn't even say hi to him. We ignored him. He wasn't there.
Yep.
And then he jumped in the car because we wouldn't interact with him. We didn't engage in any way, and he jumped right in. Yep. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yep. I didn't do nothing. Me, Linda, all day long he's been over here saying, you're kicking a dog and you're friggin' killing this and you're beating women and kicking this person. So he's antagonizing me the whole time when he's out here.
He's a nut job.
That's how he sat in the car. He was great. He was great. I know. I've had the same conversation, Rita. I know. And
So
boom,
somebody's
flip the script.
somebody's
I don't understand it. It's the same with everyone else. So poor Chrissy thinks he's putting air tags.
Thank you,
on or something
JMO.
like that, right?
Welcome.
He had no reason, no right to get the car. He just did it because we wouldn't interact with him at all.
What the fuck,
So-
dude? That's drunk person shit.
Jumped in.
I'm not friends with anyone here.
Yeah, no shit, dude.
We don't want to get to know you.
Nobody likes you, bro.
It's a threatening manner. It's a threatening manner.
Yeah, how about you just fuck off? How about that?
And he's screaming in your face. You don't care.
He was screaming an
Because I
article.
care. There's no need for that. It's unacceptable.
Oh, you're clearly lying.
Yeah, well, I get it on video.
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't have to lie.
Right. Well, the thing is too is he wouldn't pull out his ID for the cops because I don't have an ID. Well, they need to run him and lock him up if he's got
They
warrants.
did. They ran him. That's why the cruise is right there.
Yeah. They got face ID.
I wonder if it's got
They
face
did.
ID.
They did. They got a picture of him already. There's an active warrant.
There is.
And oh yeah, and they got.
All right, but listen,
So what do they rate?
listen. I'm all about a good troll, bro. Seriously, I'm all about a good troll. Shit, Cherry's nickname for me besides Dickhead is the Troll, or the Boomer Troll. I'm all about a good troll, but the thing is, though, there's a line, man. There's a line. There's a line you cross when it comes to trolling that ventures into stalking, ventures into harassment, ventures into even assault. And threatening, it's not trolling to jump into someone's car. It's not trolling. That's completely inappropriate. I mean, you might as well have just busted into somebody's fucking house. Who the fuck does this guy think he is?
Yeah. You just go to your station.
Yeah, go to my YouTube. Oh, this is great. You guys are gonna see exactly what happened because it's all on this right here. So this is live currently, and then when Rita goes and she clicks it.
Okay, so now I'm gonna. How far am I gonna back up?
Do that. Yeah.
This one right
Yeah.
here?
Click that.
And then go backwards. I
You
gotta
gotta
get
go
rid
to
of
the ad. Hold on a second. So then, yeah, and then just take that, bring the slider right back.
Like 42 minutes.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Turn it sideways. You can see it. Yeah. So The lady with see her? She's still right there. The lady with the hood leaning against the back of the car. That's where she was. And he was trying to antagonize her. And she's telling him the whole time, no, don't get in her car. It's Chrissy's car. It's Chrissy's car. Right before that.
Yeah, I gave out some new wrenches. Nick Rocco's got a wrench now, so he could drop links for his fundraising. I back that fundraising 100%. And Microdots now is an honorary wrench because Microdots is an incredible creator and incredibly integral in this in providing information in this case. If you're not subbed, if you're following this case and you're not subbed to Microdots, you are missing out. I think there's a new video that Microdots dropped. Maybe. No. Posted it on Twitter. I don't know if he took it down or what. But I don't see it. But I'm sure Microdots will drop it when Microdots is ready to drop it. Okay, it's an unofficial release on Twitter only. And make sure to follow Microdots on Twitter. Make sure to follow Nick Rocco on Twitter. Make sure to follow, I don't know what Tom's handle is on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter. And a big shout out to the, how many people are watching on Twitter? Let me see. Big shout out to the 1,328 people watching on Twitter. Nick's not on Twitter, so don't follow Nick on Twitter because you won't find him. But big shout out to the people on Twitter for watching. Thank you guys. And because you guys have wrenches, don't think that I expect you guys to do any work or anything like that in the chat. Those are what I like to refer to as honorary wrenches. Creators and people who I very, very much respect will get those on this channel because I want you guys to have free reign here in my chat.
But we interview people like him. Yeah, interesting. And that's what happened. That's what the
Here we go. No, looks like he's moving. Yeah.
Yeah, Nick Rocco, you're not wrong.
Because of all
you're not wrong.
Organization.
And mostly that's all it is.
Under the basis that we both felt very, very strongly about it. And I can tell you,
Oh wow, Tom's way behind on my live stream.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but he didn't get out right away. He was having a combo. He was in a full run. It was about a phone app or something. It was private. It was in a car. Well, he didn't stop. He kept going. He knew I was back. I mean, we knew he didn't stop talking. You know, we knew it would be. He might have, but he didn't stop talking. He finished that combo, right? And then got out of the car and continued to stick his head in the car and have the same combo because it was the end of the combo. And then I think after that, I wasn't there, but he came out and told the cops to try to get me hemmed up with these two guys.
I never spoke to him in any way today.
My point is, they're trying to get someone hemmed up for something that's like silly. No one got hurt. No one was harmed.
So we're gonna lessen it then.
Okay, so he's the victim now. They're trying to jam me up for jumping into somebody's fucking car. Like, yeah, dude, you can't do that shit. The fuck are you talking about? You're not the victim here.
I'll walk it closer.
Nobody got hurt.
Come on.
No, I think you're fair. I think you hit it. You know, you're right. That is the content. That's what's going on. Yeah. However, my intent was just to.
Should I try to finish?
Well, he's all by himself
Yeah,
now.
so now is probably when he's gonna do it.
Right.
Because he says, I'm by myself and I gotta do something. I mean,
I don't think it's,
definitely
is it trespassing? Like, I don't know if it's, but
Miranda R, I'm telling you right now, the chat is Cherry's domain. You're about to piss her off. Fair warning. She is in charge of my chat for a reason. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want emails talking about I was hidden from your chat. Dude, Cherry does what she wants with my chat. Okay. Know that. Everybody who's in here know that the chat is Cherry's battlefield. And you guys fuck with Cherry, you're gonna have to deal with Cherry, and you cannot come crying to me. I will not answer your email or your DM. I do not give a shit. If Cherry kicks you out, you're out. I do not go through the tedious process of unhiding people, because if Cherry says you're out, you're out. Fuck off. As far as I'm concerned, once Cherry lets you go, that means
Get the fuck out!
Exactly, Ari.
I bailed. I got out.
Yeah.
Because he was still in the car.
Wait, but this is you filming, right?
Yep.
Okay.
When he got in the car, I got out. And she was witness the whole thing.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah.
Be the victims one day, and then the next day blocking someone.
We all
So he's
ignored
not
him.
in. You said once he got in, you got out, but this is you still filming.
Yes, sir.
He hasn't got in yet, since apparently at this point.
Oh, he's still in the car.
He's still out. He hasn't got out.
He hasn't got out. Is it pink?
Can you hear it okay?
Yeah.
And in the future,
This was for you getting out.
doesn't matter.
Yep.
You're broadcasting. You're on Wi-Fi.
Tim Smith, don't do that, man. Like, you're gonna miss out on SBU and all that good stuff. Like, I still got another episode of Stabler to watch. I call it Stabler instead of organized crime because, you know, it's Stabler, bro. So at some point today, I'm gonna go to the gym and then I'm gonna watch that episode of Law and Order Stabler.
This is he's in trouble.
I did that. I listen. I did what I had to do. I ignored him all day long. He took it to the next level. Got in the car with me. I got out. Now I could have throttled him in the back seat and just mauled him to death. No, I got out. I told you, and that's the fact. And now you're gonna just let it go, and no harm, no foul, right? Enough.
Tom, that's okay. You go. I'll be right behind you jumping on.
Yeah.
Were you able to rewind this live?
Yep. Yeah, I got we listened to the whole thing. The cops heard everything. Exactly what I told the cop. He just jumped right in, started trying to talk to us, and we wouldn't engage with him in any way. We didn't even say hi. He had no reason.
Oh, she was just talking shit about Tom, Cherry.
I literally turned my back.
Did the police say what they're gonna do about it?
He's got a warrant.
He's got a warrant too, I think.
He should be arrested. He's got
Yeah.
a warrant.
He's got multiple warrants.
But they're bench warrants. They're not the other type of warrant. It's not like a fugitive warrant.
Oh.
So because he knows me, he thinks he's able to jump in the car when it's not even my car.
He doesn't know you. He knows your name.
He knows of me.
I left that one right away.
All day he's been getting me, right? All day. And then he takes it to the next level and gets in the car with me. when I won't engage? Yeah, everyone's saying, ignore the trolls, ignore the trolls. I did. And what happened? He came in the car with me. How do I ignore it when now I ignore the trolls? He's right behind you. He can stab you, but it's okay. Ignore him. Everyone ignore the trolls.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Walking that way. I gotta run to the restroom. Where are y'all going?
Oh, I want to go to the bathroom. Pizza.
Yeah? I'm gonna report. I'll be right back. You're gonna
Sully, thank you so much.
You going to sit and eat in there?
Yeah. Like you're not in the mood?
You don't
No,
want
I'm
a
not saying
small
I'm
cheese
not in the-
pizza?
No, I'm not.
You don't want a small cheese pizza?
Well, the steak and cheese.
I know.
We can go across the street too. I don't care where we go.
No, I'm good with that amount of pizza. I don't know if I should drive my car up there with that guy here now.
Yeah, what do I do, right? Right, Miss Lynn? I could have turned around and started throttling him, but no. No.
Take care.
I know. He's like, you ain't going up there with my day next fucking an hour.
Oh, when I first saw him in there, I thought like he had permission to be.
I know.
I didn't know.
I don't trust Bow at all. Not as far as I can
No.
throw him.
I didn't know what happened
And
at
I
the
just,
window.
huh?
He said something at the driver's window.
He tried to, yeah.
Open the door and he goes, "I'm coming in."
Yeah. Yeah, he yelled something at the window to try and get it in a reaction to us. We didn't flinch. We just kept talking between us. And then that's when he went ahead and opened the door and went in.
You can't reason with somebody like that.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I got Tom, Chrissy, I got Scott, McGinnis saying all the same shit. So, I mean, bottom line is there's no excuse for this guy to just jump in somebody's fucking car.
Back on me.
I don't give a shit what anybody says.
Right, it's definitely my fault, right?
I'm here and Tom didn't do a goddamn thing. This is all this boob. This boob got in the car for no reason at all. Should not have gotten in the car. And he's been in everybody's face. He was in my face and I told him to get out of my face or I'll be in his.
Right.
So this guy is a problem.
And we didn't engage with him in any way
Nobody
today.
engaged.
We did not engage.
He started attacking us when we all came out of the courtroom.
Right. Who jumps in someone else's car?
Right.
Tom
Right.
did nothing. Dirtbag, this guy.
I mean, he's there to start shit. Everyone knows it.
Yes. Yes. Hey, who's got an iPhone? iPhone, anybody? Let's see.
Steal my
No. Let's see if there's a get tag.
No, we're good.
Okay, you check it with the phone?
How do you do it like
Turn
that?
the Wi-Fi on and off.
Exactly. Stay out of people's cars.
That's me. I don't know who that is. Yeah. Yeah, no. Okay. All right, well, I'll keep an eye on this stuff. Have a good day. Bye. Okay, they'll just walk right in. Unacceptable, man. That's okay. How am I a snitch when it's his actions, dude? He jumped in someone else's car.
Every one of your viewers is a hater. Every single one of them.
Listen, that's breaking and entering, and that's all sorts of stuff, man. He threatened me.
I could be mad at you for giving the viewers content to give you money. Because if you weren't getting paid the money, you wouldn't have jumped in.
So,
I didn't even know it was your car.
It doesn't matter. So
Doesn't
matter. Whether my car, God's car, police's car.
Right. Like he's admitting it. I don't know what the fuck you people want.
I don't even want to be right now. I don't even want to be on it.
I apologize again, Chrissy.
I don't want you
No.
to apologize. Stay away from my stuff.
yeah, we did. We checked the car.
Why'd you lie to the cops, Tom? Why'd you lie to the cops, Tom?
Dude, why don't you fuck off?
Why'd you tell them a bunch of bullshit?
I did, and I got it all on video, but
Why'd you lie to him, man?
Yeah, dude.
Why are you trying to get me
It's
hemmed
on
up?
video.
Why are you trying to get me
Why'd
hemmed
you
up?
get in someone's car that you don't know?
I was trying to hang out with you guys.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, I was. I tried to. I tried to spoke to you. You ignored me.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you were talking about
No.
some app,
I don't
right?
know what you're talking about. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, reel him in, Rita.
He said, do not engage at all.
Yeah.
Reel him back in.
So.
Get out of here.
Okay, listen, I'll see you guys.
Bye, Rita. Rita, thank you for doing that this morning with the troopers. Thank you.
Yes,
That was
absolutely,
so
absolutely.
good. Thank you, Rita.
Okay, and
That
I'm
was
here.
so
I'm here all
good.
next week.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
Absolutely. We are.
It couldn't have been by a better person either.
We're
All
all in this.
You can know it. We are. We got this.
We are going to show everybody who we are.
We up.
I'll get my
All right. Do we have lawn chair? Lawn chair.
Whose blanket is this?
I don't know. Put it in the back. We'll
I'm
take
not
it.
taking no
No?
random blanket.
Yeah,
Put
like
it-
I don't know why people are attacking Tom. Like the guy is fucking John Atalia, just not as good at it. You know, like that's what it boils down to. The guy is the same. He's doing the same shit, John Atalia, but he's just not as good at it. He's too stupid.
She wouldn't have a chance with me, trust me.
You shouldn't try to square up against her. She'll smash your head
I
into the
don't even know
ground.
what you're talking about, you piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Don't even worry about it. Who's flag?
Like only a fucking shitbag would continue to try to antagonize these people after the cops just said, "Hey, fuck off. Like, leave it alone. Go away." He's clearly just trying to engage, and these people are like, "Fuck off."
Yeah, sure she is.
Get a second, bud. Unfortunately,
All right. Well, Benjamin
perception's
John,
reality.
I get that. Okay. I get that. But that's just called being civil. He's had plenty of conversations with Grant. But if Grant jumped in his car right now, everybody would fucking be tearing Grant apart all over Twitter and all over the chat. I mean, let's just fucking keep it real, dude. Like, I mean, he's there to antagonize. So, yeah, just because somebody is being civil to somebody, that's he's asking for it in some way, get the fuck out of here with that. Thank you, Nikki Cav. Appreciate you.
We fired HPO. He can't be near us.
Yeah, they need,
Let's
he's got
go.
a warrant out on him, too.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Someone's gonna smash my head in. Did
Nope.
you hear him?
Hey, Peter.
No, let's go.
He said
Enough. Enough.
He just threatened me that there's a woman coming to
To
smash
beat
my
her. Yeah,
head.
enough. He's just threatening her.
Wait,
He
hold
just
on,
threatened
everybody,
her.
hold on. One person talking at a time.
I'm trying to leave. I'm packing up chairs and collecting the garbage because we don't leave trash like we always do. And you chase me behind.
Yeah, just let him leave, for fuck's sake.
Okay, are you guys just gonna stand here and
No,
We're trying to get out.
leave. I was cleaning up.
He's up our
officer
ass.
told us to come up to you.
And he's threatening to smash her head in.
Damn, I wish I didn't have it muted
just-
at that.
Yeah,
What did
the
he
threat.
say?
Yeah. Enough, man.
He's bad. Like I'm speaking. No, let's go.
I didn't know if she had room or not.
She was here yesterday, as a matter of fact. That girl was here yesterday.
I don't even know Katie.
I was cleaning up. You see me.
And you watched the guy come over and sat in her, get in her face and say that to her.
Yeah, the cop's yelling at him right now. Cop's yelling at him. This guy doesn't know when to fucking shut up and leave.
So we're gonna add this through the report. Just so you know, you can make your own also with our report, you can make a request for our report and seek your own complaint also for the threats. What did he say he was gonna?
Have some girl come in tomorrow to rip my
Seems
hair
like
out.
they're just
And then-
escorting him
and then-
away at
Yep.
this point.
And then smash her head in.
My name's Kim.
Okay. I'll add you now to the incident. Does not have a lock.
Oh, he doesn't. He said yes, sir.
He said he did?
He said he did.
Yep.
He doesn't. We checked. And he doesn't.
Yeah, like, sorry, man, but the guy's
It
there.
comes out of his speaker. So basically, it's like a Twitch thing. So he's going live, and his comment is a voice activated. They pay to say something over that speaker he carries. So when I was just walking away, he's like, "We need the report. We need the report for more content or something. If you turn that speaker up, I guarantee you they're talking shit about all of you right now and doing the same thing, like telling them what to do.
Yep.
He's got the speaker turned down now because his comment is a pain. He's getting.
By the way, the girl that he's mentioning just got out of court yesterday for threatening to hurt somebody else. So let's go. Let's go.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, officer.
Do you know where they went to the bathrooms and go meet them?
I do not.
Erica and all them?
Well, tell them I have everything. I need one of them pizza plates.
Okay.
File anything, or are they gonna file it?
I don't know. I'm not.
We have
filing
it.
nothing right
We
now.
have to file a harassment prevention order at that court,
Yeah, that guy, okay.
and he at that point he won't be able to come near us.
Okay, well, he took our license because he said Kate was gonna come here and smash my head in.
Yeah.
Let it, bring it on. I'll fucking
Any
wipe her
day
right
of the
out.
week, dude. I love it.
Yep. I'm sorry about this, guys.
And then I'm telling him, leave me alone. And he's
Well-
chasing me and chasing me. I'm trying to clean up everything, get everything in the car to go. And he's just like non-stop.
I mean, I'm
If
kind
that
of
was one of us,
Chrissy.
in cuffs.
Chrissy, I got out of the way. The guy was
All right.
antagonizing me all day.
So Tom's going home. It looks like he's leaving. That's enough of that. Yeah. That I agree with as well, Benjamin John. But you know, somebody gets arrested out there. I mean, I'm covering what's happening outside the courtroom just as much as I'm covering what's inside the courtroom. And so somebody gets arrested, I'm going to cover it. Because everything needs to be out there. What's going on outside that courtroom, it's extremely important that everybody sees it. So because what's happening outside of the courtroom, in my opinion, is just as important as what's happening inside that courtroom. So as far as that goes, I mean, now that Tom's leaving, that's already said and done. And Tom has every right. Tom and Chrissy have every right to pursue charges if they want or not, whatever they want to do. And I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, Tom's being dramatic and Tom's being a snitch, blah, 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 blah. I'm not 12 years old, guys. That's we talk about what we have rights here to do. And I'm not going to judge anybody. If Tom feels threatened, then Tom feels threatened. If he doesn't feel threatened, and he doesn't feel threatened. But the bottom line is, I'm not going to sit here and put blame on Tom when some guy is sitting here trying to antagonize. And we've watched this guy antagonize these protesters, not just today, but before as well. And so I know that his actions were absolutely, do I think that he wanted to hurt Tom? No, not at all. But the bottom line is the guy has no sense of boundaries. And he gets whatever he's got coming to him as far as legalities go. Period. I mean, that's what it boils down to. You got to have boundaries, and you got to respect other people's boundaries. Bottom line. And since Tom's boundaries and Chrissy's boundaries were breached, they have the right to take legal action if there's legal action to be taken. Period. You know. That's not up to me. That's not up to you. And you have every reason every right, I mean, to feel however you want to feel about it. But, yeah, I mean, and nobody hid Miranda. So, I mean, she left on her own because she didn't like that I was saying to show Tom a little respect. Because the bottom line is, regardless of this particular incident, I'm not going to let it, no matter what my opinions are about it, I'm not going to let it define my opinion of Tom altogether, because Tom has been out there every single day peacefully. And I want to, emphasize that word peacefully. He has been out there covering and showing everyone what these protests are like. And that's extremely important. And I'm not gonna sit here and underplay that. when it comes to what Tom has been doing out there. Based on this, no, I won't do that. And you're cheating yourself if you do that, in my opinion. You know, you have the right to do it. You have the right to feel how you feel about it, but you're cheating yourself if you're allowing this ridiculous incident to shape your opinion of Tom overall, when Tom has been doing nothing but providing everyone here with a virtual experience of what it's like to be out there fighting for your right to your freedom of speech. And yeah, I will not underplay that, period. So anyway, guys, I am going to call it pretty eventful day. And the most important thing I think to take from today was that Alan Jackson told reporters that he was very satisfied with what happened today, and it was all part of their strategy. And they are looking forward to Monday, and I feel absolutely confident in their abilities. 100% confident in Alan Jackson and David Yanetti's abilities. Absolutely 100%. So, guys, I am going to go ahead and wrap this up. I really appreciate all you guys. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for hitting the like. That means a lot. It really helps me out. Thank you guys for subscribing. If you're new to the channel, that means a lot. That means so much to me as well. And all the support. You guys are amazing. And you can count on the fact that I will be streaming every single hearing until this case is closed. And if Karen Reed is found guilty based on everything that we know so far, you better believe that I'm not going to shut up about it, because that would prove to me that this is absolutely a sham, considering the very ridiculous attempt to convict this woman with the evidence that they claim to have. That's why I'm having such a hard time finding the words, because what they have is not evidence. What the prosecution has is, as far as everything that we know anyway, it's not evidence. It's going to be very easy to pick apart and tear apart by the defense. So, and I'm looking forward to seeing that happen now that we're here. This should have never went to trial in the first place, but now that we're here, I'm looking forward to see what Alan Jackson and David Yannetti can do. But guys, you guys are fantastic. I love you guys very, very, very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.